the Thursday, April 22nd, 2022 meeting of the Port Angeles School Board of Directors. We'll begin with an executive session in which we will consider the position to be taken in collective bargaining. We should be back at least by 7 p.m. for the regular board meeting. April 21st, 2022 regular meeting of the Port Angeles School District Board of Directors. We're glad everybody's here tonight, and we look forward to getting through our agenda in some sort of, so we won't be here till midnight kind of mood. Carmen, you want to talk about?
Madam President, hello, good evening. My name is Carmen Geyer, and I would like to welcome you to the April 21st, 2022 Board of Directors Board Meeting. This meeting is being presented in person and live streamed via YouTube. Please note that this meeting is open to the public and is recorded. You can listen to all past board meetings by visiting board docs through our district website. There will also be a portion of the meeting reserved for community comments. Agenda items will be addressed as listed in the agenda. For in-person community comments, please use the sign-up sheet located in the hallway to share your comments. When it is your turn to speak, your name will be called. Before making your comments, please state your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak. If you are viewing the meeting via YouTube and have submitted comments before the meeting, they will be read during the community comment time. In the future, if you have comments that you would like to share with the Board of Directors, please email Jenny Wilson, the Executive Assistant to the Superintendent, by emailing janewilson@portangelesschools.org by 5 p.m. the night of the board meeting. If you have any concerns about individual district employees or specific complaints that require an administrative response, please contact the Office of the Superintendent directly. Thank you, and back to you, Madam President.
Thank you, Carmen. We are all present, all board members are present. One of our student board members is present tonight. We're missing Luke tonight. It's time for our flag salute. We always begin our meetings that way. If you stand and join us. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Sunny, would you read? Do you have that?
No.
Mary, do you have it? Somebody down there has it.
Jacob.
Okay, thank you, Sunny.
We acknowledge that we are on the indigenous lands of Coast Salish peoples who have reserved territory rights to this land, specifically the Qualam tribes. We think that these caretakers of this land, who have lived and continue to live here since time immemorial.
Thank you, Sunny. Agenda approval? Any problems there? Board? Okay, would somebody move the consent agenda in that case?
I move that we accept the consent agenda.
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? All right. Jenny, correspondence? No?
Yes,
Yes.
we'll right by there. So, just regional correspondence, we have certificated cards for you with the You Make a Difference pin, and invitations to the June 8th retirement celebration, updated phone extension list. We have WASDA advisory vote for WIAA amendments, and a flyer to the Fed Bank, that's this weekend on Saturday, and the draft levy flyer.
Thank you. Do you all have, do you see all those things?
Yep.
They should be right at your, feet. Okay, that brings us to 7.01, recognition of Public School Volunteer Week, which is April 18th through the 22nd. Do you have that, Katie?
Do I?
I think so.
It's pretty sneaky.
We didn't mean to hide it under your computer.
All right, I'm gonna read this. This is resolution number 2022-02, whereas parent and community involvement is a significant factor in the success of students, and whereas during the past decade, school systems throughout the country have accepted the services of dedicated volunteers to assist professional educators, and these volunteers have offered their time, encouragement, and meaningful contact with students. And whereas by becoming a volunteer, parents and community members are providing an invaluable contribution to the education of our students. And whereas volunteers are called upon to assist teachers and staff with the day-to-day activities involved in providing a balanced education for our students. and are an important part of our team that strives to ensure that each and every one of our students succeed. And whereas during the school year, countless volunteers are spending innumerable hours serving schools in the Port Angeles School District as chaperones, mentors, after-school tutors, club leaders, booster club members, PTA and PTO members, guest speakers, classroom helpers, athletics coaches, and in countless other ways. Now, therefore, the Board of Directors does hereby proclaim the week of April 18th through April 22nd, 2022 as Public School Volunteer Week in the Port Angeles School District and urges all citizens to join in this observation. Adopted by the Board of Directors of Port Angeles School District number 121, Clallam County, Washington, at a regular open public meeting of the Board of Directors held this 21st day of April 2022.
Thank you, Katie. And we'll look at that later on. 7.02 is Teacher Appreciation Week, which is May 2nd through 6th.
I think I've got that one.
Thank you.
Okay, resolution number 2022-03. Whereas teachers deserve recognition and thanks for the outstanding work they do for this community and for the children enrolled in the Port Angeles School District. And whereas teachers open children's minds and teach them skills, build their knowledge, and encourage their dreams. Whereas teachers keep American democracy alive by laying the foundation for good citizenship. And whereas teachers fill many roles as listeners, explorers, role models, motivators, and mentors. And whereas these dedicated individuals continue to influence us long after our school days are only memories. Now, therefore, the Board of Directors does hereby proclaim May 2nd through 6th, 2022 as Teacher Appreciation Week in the Port Angeles School District and urges that all citizens observe this week by taking time to recognize and acknowledge the contributions of teachers adopted by the Board of Directors of Port Angeles School District number 121, Clallam County, Washington, at a meeting of the Board of Directors held this 21st day of April 2022.
Okay, we'll vote on those resolutions and respond to them at a later part of the meeting. Which brings us to 03. We're looking at the Stevens Middle School Students of the Month. So Mrs. Lunt would come forward and recognize our two students.
We have two tonight. I'll put you up there. So the first one is Becca. Really? I know I do that every time. Okay. Just try to get that one turn on. Hope they don't work. Testing. Yeah. So our two spotlight students. The first one is Becca Manson. So Becca, come on up. Becca is an all-around great student. Not only does she excel academically, she's an honor roll and Rotary Top 50 for her academics. She also exhibits all of our character strong traits. Becca's a leader within our leadership class, and while also participating in athletics. This is Becca Manson. And my second one is Elizabeth Shaw. We call her Lizzie. Come on up. This was written by one of your teachers. It says, Lizzie is a perfect representation of everything that is right about Stevens Middle School. I thought that was really cool. That is you. She is an incredibly hard worker, always has a positive attitude, and is kind to others. Lizzie is involved in leadership, Rotary, honor roll for academics, athletics, and TSA. So the thing that both of these girls have in common is they're amazing at TSA. These are the girls that you saw here last year who won nationals for TSA, and they are excelling in TSA again this year. And so our 8th grade staff decided these were the two that we wanted to come here and represent Stevens Middle School.
And now it's time to take our pictures.
Oh.
We're doing the whole thing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
Everyone?
Let the kids have it.
Whoever's here.
Well, they've all the schools have gone back to the Manhattan, but now they're talking about, my sister told me that they were talking about maybe and would be back online. That's just ridiculous. Well, I'm channeling my inner, so.
It's easy to see.
Oh,
I
yay.
just slide the graph. You understand that?
They are so cute and tall. How can you be that great to be so
Better question, how can you be in your 8th decade and so short?
I'm not sure.
Don't you get thicker here in your 9th decade, right? Isn't that how math works?
Yeah, I think. Okay. That is great fun. I know you're proud of them and we are too. Okay, and so it's now time to talk about that wonderful school from which these students have been selected. So, Mrs. Lunt, if you talk to us about Stevens Middle School.
Okay, so as I mentioned, both of our girls are amazing with TSA. If you look up at the screen there, we have our TSA winners this year. We've been to state. We had first place for Off the Grid, which you're going to hear about. We had first place in biotechnology this year as well. And with that, we had Becca Manson, Claire Smith, and Mary Rose Hallberg, who did the biotechnology. So I asked our two girls to present to you guys kind of what they did this year. They were here last year and presented their national winning competition house, and so they are going to go to nationals again this year. Nationals is the end of June and in Dallas, and I get to go and chaperone, so I'm so excited. I know. So girls, come on up. Let's see if they both work.
Hi, I'm Lizzie.
And I'm Becca.
And thank you for taking the time out of your busy day to speak with us.
The basic idea of our project, Off the Grid, is to pick a remote location in a developing country and solve the challenges there by creating a house to meet a family of three's needs.
The location we chose for Off the Grid was a small island off the coast of Haiti. We chose this location because we wanted something to be challenging, but also because of its colorful culture.
As part of the rules for Off the Grid TSA this year, we had to build an accurate representation of our house, create a CAD drawing online, write up a 30-page documentation portfolio about all of our research, make a poster, and design a trifold brochure.
One major concern when designing our house was its ability to withstand earthquakes, hurricanes, and floods. We needed a design that would be both effective but also affordable. We designed the sides to resist winds and the floor to resist floods.
For the main body of our house, we used a water bottle and dirt composition, a very unique method but also very reliable, To construct this type of house, water bottles are filled with a dirt composition, stacked together in the desired shape, and then the spaces between them are filled with the dirt composition as well. This type of house is very sturdy and also resistant to water.
Our house also utilizes passive solar by designing the walls, windows, floors to regulate temperature and to cool our house.
We also incorporated a water collection and filtration system into our design. The device we used for this is called a QuenchSea. A QuenchSea is a device that converts salt water into fresh water, is very cheap, and is a great choice for our family because the ocean is only 0.1 miles away from our house.
The ability to grow plants was also important to incorporate within our design. We used both a living well and a balcony garden. Our family also needed to be able to keep food fresh. Our team decided to use Azir. Azir is portable, uses no electricity, and is low cost and can keep food fresh for up to 2 to 3 weeks.
Another very important part of our design is that it's affordable for the average Haitian family. We found all the materials that we would need to construct our house, located them in Haiti, and found their cost.
Our house cost $1,134, and the average Haitian uses $1,250 year salary. So this, as you can see, is below the average salary and it's very affordable.
Our house has electrical needs as well. To meet these needs, we used a solar panel starter kit that has all the necessary parts for a working electrical system. This kit is only $220 and it is found locally in Haiti.
This year I've learned commitment, communication, and the ability to compromise. TSA has brought me friends that share the same passions as I do and has brought me on an amazing journey.
TSA has also been such an incredible experience for me. I've learned so many new and interesting things and developed many new skills that will help me for a long time. I've learned dependability, determination, flexibility, communication, and teamwork. TSA has been such an awesome experience for me.
But TSA isn't just us. It's an amazing group of people that cheer each other on and create amazing projects.
This year in TSA, we had an incredible group of people who cheered each other on, and the really important thing about all of the people in our TSA club are that they're there because they want to be there, because they want to learn, and because they want to have the experience.
This year, me and Becca got the greatest opportunity to be co-presidents and watch people grow with their project. This year, in our state competition, we had people compete in both STEM and business events and did amazing.
Some of the events that Stevens TSA participated in this year are Off the Grid, Biotechnology, Coding, Career Prep, Problem Solving, and Solar Sprint. Our teams did amazing in all of these events and did some incredible projects and also had an awesome journey. Some of the really cool projects that Stevens TSA has done are creating a prosthetic hand using a 3D printer, making a recipe for biodegradable plastic made from algae, created a pop-up informational children's book, and so much more. For state this year in TSA, Stevens took first in two categories, Off the Grid and Biotechnology, and also took 4th through 10th in tons of other events. And now we're headed off to nationals.
However, our success in our TSA chapter wouldn't have been possible without our advisor, Mr. T. He has pushed us to achieve our goals and so much more.
TSA this year has been an amazing experience and an incredible journey with an awesome group of people. We owe a huge thanks to Mr. T, the school board, our friends, family, the CTE program, the TSA program, and everyone else who cheered us on along the way. Thank you for your amazing support and encouragement. We couldn't have done it without you. Any questions?
Oh my. first of all, I'm so amazed that you could build this house for $1,000 whatever dollars. And that part of the world has suffered so greatly with earthquakes and hurricanes, and it just seems
floods,
like.
I think they mentioned.
Huh?
And floods.
And floods. I'm amazed by this whole design opportunity that you all have taken advantage of, and your colleagues and friends and your teachers and your parents and your families and whatever. I'm always, last year I thought I'll never see anything like this, and then here you go again. So this is just amazing, and we're very proud of you. I just can't tell you what it means to the board to see students like you. And Mrs. Lunt, I have to commend you for your staff and program. This is amazing. So we're very proud of you. We'll be cheering for you in June when you go to nationals. I can't wait to see how that's going to work out.
Thank you.
Any other comments?
I would just say, when people say, oh, kids these days, and they're
Yeah.
always so frustrated, I want to say, you don't see what I see. I see you, and I see the future, and I'm not so scared. I'm like, they've got it. I mean, I apologize for how much stuff you have to clean up, but I feel so blessed that you are the people who are going to lead us into the future, and wow, you are really amazing. You are the people I say, no, we're okay. Be better, but we're okay.
I want to repeat in Dallas.
Yeah.
Got it.
No
And if
problem.
you can figure out how to build a house here for a year's wages, you're hired.
You've got a person who can sell them if you build them. And
Well done.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you very much for representing our school district so very well. You guys are two articulate young ladies that do a great job, and you present very well as well. And also thank you for agreeing to, they're going to come out and present to the Kiwanis Club here in a couple of weeks.
Oh,
So-
fun.
Great.
And show your project. So thank you for agreeing to that today. I appreciate it.
yeah, that's wonderful. We're very proud of you. And I will say to you, if you'd like to go home now, and your family or whoever's with you, we will certainly understand that it's a school night, and we tend to stay here late. Thank you again. Okay, Mrs. Lunt, tell us what else is going on.
I should have had them go last. I don't know what I was thinking, but you know, they do represent Stevens Middle School, right? And we, our mission here, Stevens Middle School creates and sustains learning communities that prepare each student to live, work, and learn successfully in a changing world. If you go to the next one, our goal really was for engagement, re-engagement. How can we get these kids involved in school? And that's what we just did with those kids. That's what TSA does. TSA was one of the biggest things that we could have held on to last year and this year to keep our kids engaged in school. They were amazing last year when we were doing school from home, and they just continued that. And they had such buy-in because we had the staff at school who knew what those kids needed and provided it for them. And so that was our goal this year, is basically figuring out, we know that the world has gone through some crazy things the last couple years, and we need to figure out how to get our kids back and engaged in school. And so tonight, what you're going to hear is all the things that our school's been doing this year just to get our kids re-engaged in school, in academics, in social, in athletics, whatever it is that we can provide them, whatever barriers we need to remove, whatever we need to do to get them back in school. So I don't get to talk much, but I have friends here that are going to do that with me. So Melissa McBride and Zane Loffman are going to help.
Yeah, super unfair that I have to follow those girls. But they're amazing. And also I know we're looking for designers for our middle school, and I'm thinking maybe in-house. I mean, we've got a budget, and it looks like they can do some solid work. I really just want to cover just what's going right with some of the changes that we've made. We've taken what's already working and made it work better, I think, this year. So first of all, I'm Melissa McBride. I've taught at Stevens Middle School for 20 years, so I've had lots of students, worked with most of you in some capacity, even Sunny here I had as a student. And this year I had to create a title for it because it was a new position. So I'm the student support coordinator, but basically I run our PBIS system and work with SEL. Okay, so we've been really working on systems and creating a solid foundation to build on for next year. So solid foundations are including basically our teamwork, and we've created some really good teams. We have an academic support team, which is basically our counselors. We've done some work, and I work on that team. Our tier 2, 3 behavior support team. Our attendance support team, which also includes smaller versions of what we call our CARES team, which works individually with families that are struggling with attendance issues. Our SEL support team, administrative team, and our emergency team. And the biggest success out of having these teams, which meet every week, is that every student who's been identified as high risk in one or more areas is receiving some sort of tier 2 or tier 3 support. Okay, next slide. All right, I know that's a lot of stuff on there, so I'm gonna go through that with you. So these teams are creating sustainable, which means they'll last, equitable systems so that we can reach as many students as possible in lots of different areas. And so the big 4 this year have been academics, behavior, attendance, and mental health needs. And we knew that those were gonna be our needs going in this year, right? We knew kids were gonna have some issues with learning loss. We knew kids were gonna have some issues with behavior, learning to be together, cooperate, be in school all day long, sit in seats, new boundaries, rules, that whole thing. We knew attendance was gonna be an issue, and we knew we were coming in with some pretty severe mental health needs. So we were prepared. We identify in each of these, so in each of these different areas, we identify our areas. What's the thing that we need to focus on, right? We can't do it all, but if we focus on some major thing that we think we can, that we have the ability and the resources to achieve, put all of our effort towards that, we can solve that problem. So first was we took our D and F grade list, and we also targeted some of our special ed students with IEPs or 504s, and we came up with ways to check in with them. So we have weekly check-ins with our paraeducators, checking in with those kids with IEPs and 504s, to really focus on missing assignments, because it seemed like that was our biggest problem. That was their biggest hurdle to jump to be able to achieve the grades they needed to pass their classes, and it worked. There was a decrease. There was a huge decrease in the number of missing assignments. We also looked at our DF list, and the counselors came up with a survey so they could target some of those students who were failing their classes and figure out why. What's the reason? What's the hurdle? What's the thing getting in your way, the barrier, so that we can help them to get past it. For behavior, we've instituted PBIS rewards. So we're trying to make our behavior system as positive as possible, where what we're doing is we're tracking their behavior over time, and then as we see students become what we would consider high risk, or their behavior is worrisome, there's a pattern, rather than focusing first on punishment, focusing first on figuring out the why and trying to question what are the reasons that are causing the student to misbehave in class. And so we've come up with tier 2 and 3 interventions to help those students, some clear systems, ways of referring students for those supports through our behavior support team. And we've also made sure that all of our teachers are solid with those tier 1 supports within their classrooms. And we have a check-in, check-out program. So we have currently, we've had 26 students on this program this year, where they check in, they make goals for their behavior. They are scored for that behavior, those specific goals within their classes, and they check in with a mentor every single day to see how they're improving, and if things aren't going well, why, and what are some strategies we can use for tomorrow to do better. 3 of those students have graduated from the program successfully. 4 moved. 4 were exited because that particular strategy did not work for them, and 16 are still currently engaged in that program. Attendance, we do a weekly review, and then we do check-ins. We figure out which of our kids are in high need. We kind of divide those between everyone on the team, and we all take our turns checking in with those students. If we have a particular relationship with a student, it's like, I'll take that kid. I'll check in with him today. I'll call the family. I'll see what we need to do, and we follow up with those kids. So I think the mentors conducting those periodic check-ins has helped with some of our high-risk kids. We also have a very good system there where we're checking in with them. If that doesn't work, we've got family contact, the notification letters, the warns or the gains test to figure out what barriers they may be experiencing, and then our CARES team if we get to that point. Hopefully avoiding truancy court in the process. And then our mental health needs. We have a lot of self-identification this year. I think 150, 200 students have self-identified as needing or wanting mental health support. That's huge. It's worrisome, but and then we have staff identification as well. So we have our building we had to have a bigger team, obviously, for that, right? So we have our building counselors, we have a student assistant professional, we have TrueStar, and we have North Olympic Health Network. That are all providing some sort of mental health support for these students. We also have student support groups, about 40 students, so in groups of 20. So this first 20 will be on a 6-week program, and then there's a second group of 20 that will go through a 6-week program. And then we've had 38 known referrals, 15 to TrueStar, and we've had 22 safety plans this year. So it does show that our students are definitely in need, but I think we're providing a lot of support for them. If you could go back to that just quick. So yes, the attendance mentors, the student support groups, the check-in, check-outs, and the decrease in the number of missing assignments. So those are our big wins, our big successes with those programs. Okay, go ahead and the next one.
Can you tell me what TrueStar is?
TrueStar. Can I leave? I'm going to let you do that.
They work out of juvenile services, and it's a counseling mentor program there. They do mental health and substance abuse counseling.
And mostly what we do, because we of course have only so many resources, we've tried to determine the students who have the substance abuse issues, either themselves, their friends, their families. We're connecting them with TrueStar, and those who maybe don't have those necessarily, we're hooking them up with Known. Okay, go ahead into the next one. So I do run the PBIS system, and that's just positive behavior intervention and support. And we do, every week, we collect. It's basically like a referral system, a referral and reward system. And so teachers can write in minor referrals for minor behaviors. And I watch those real carefully to see what kinds of behaviors are coming in. And the minors are just for tracking. It's just for me to see what kinds of behaviors are happening and if they're repeated. Because teachers don't always know if they write a referral for something in first period, someone writes one in second period, someone writes one in third period, we have a problem. And I can catch that by lunchtime and know that kid probably needs to be checked in with, right? And if they get 3 minor referrals, I can write it up as a major, which is an alert to administration. And that's, okay, we've got a problem, right? And we need to check in with the student. And we can determine at that point whether it needs to be a mental health referral, maybe a student needs some extra help today, some support, or maybe really there is a consequence that's needed. But it allows us instant ability to connect with that student. The students, though, that don't, which is really about 90% of our students, we need to reward that behavior and celebrate that, right? So every Friday, we do a reward, and at the end of the day, we, 6th period, walk around and bring them, and it seems so silly, but we bring around candy to the kids, and we just a thank you to say, hey, you're following our expectations, you're doing a great job, keep it up. And we also do quarterly celebrations. So I look at the data and any students who haven't received more than, say, maybe one minor referral, we've done ice cream, we've done popsicles, but we give them some sort of a celebration then too. We have lanyards that the students earn. Well, every student gets a lanyard, but on their lanyard, they can earn Student of the Month pins that they can put on here for all the different character traits. They can earn sports pins, academics, clubs, activities, so that they can just keep a record of all the things they've been involved in on their lanyards. And then they can put their IDs on their lanyards as well if they'd like. We also have positive pink slips, which teachers can write for various things, and we like to focus on those character traits, which you'll see in a later slide. And if they get a positive pink, they can stick it in the raffle bin, and those are drawn on Fridays, and students can earn a token to use our book vending machine, which has books and some games and notebooks and that sort of thing, so they can win something out of there. Okay, I think that's my last slide, and I'm handing them back over.
I was going to say that the lanyards with the pins, those are pretty darn exciting for the kids. Yeah.
I think that's a great idea.
Yeah, so here's some pictures of the vending machine there. If you've ever been to Stevens, turn right, go all the way down the hall, it's near the library. And so that's that picture there with a couple students. Those were like the first group of students that earned a little token to purchase the item that they wanted there with that token. Some other pictures there with our PBIS rewards outside. Went outside. It was ice cream, a little cold, but kids really liked being out, being recognized. We did have a couple students hang out indoors to reflect on hopefully not getting a referral next time. And then there's that positive pink slip. We created a system later in the year where students would receive that slip and turn it in to the library. So if you ever go through the library doors, you'll see like a very structured box with maybe a ruler with a positive pink thing. So you'll see it there when you enter the library. So that's pretty cool. So yeah. Next slide. Cool. All right. So here's Honor Roll. We tried to take a look at some systems before COVID and continue those systems. Last year, it wasn't as successful. This year, we were able to create ways to separate students in the gym. When we first had our Honor Roll assembly, we did broadcast it over YouTube. And the audio, we were making some tweaks, and Jared and his department helped us out. They definitely helped tweak and refine the system. We're getting better at it. Hopefully, this next round of Honor Roll recipients will be able to see their face, and then we can identify who it is in the picture. But we'll get there. When we first started, we had the gym full, 6 feet apart. Students were really excited, a lot of clapping, cheering, and so parents were able to log in. And so, but Honor Roll is for students and parents and community and grandparents, it's everyone. And so we'll get there, but this is what Honor Roll looked like. And the live feed showed students going up, accepting their award, and then getting their picture taken. So it was a little bit, and it helped. And we had some, it's very positive. This is for the academic success for students, and we're acknowledging that still. Also, part of our academic achievements is our Rotary. So our top 50 students, based on their GPAs, are also being recognized every Friday, every other Friday from now until maybe the end of next month. We have our 50 students who will be going on to Zoom, or they can show up in person to just tell us about who they are and what their aspirations are for the future. And they tell us about what they're looking forward to in high school. Parents sometimes are also on Zoom, and they get, sometimes the student will do some kind of something towards the parents, pretty funny, but it's a great way to just honor, recognize students who are in that top 50. And that's for the Rotary. Next year, hopefully, we're back to Rotary acknowledging him and taking him on a tour of a college, which will be awesome. So moving forward, clubs. Clubs is, so during lunchtime, so we alternate. We have 8th grade lunch and 7th grade lunch. So when 8th grade's at lunch, 7th grade is in advisory. When 7th grade is in advisory, 8th grade's at lunch. They flip-flop. And so when their 7th grade lunch, as an example, there are clubs that are offered. So students will be able to pick an advisor. So their advisor would be a classroom teacher and say, this is the club that I would like to have in your classroom. The advisor will sign off on it, and then students will join the club. And so this is that pro-social time. So what helps really well is when we get to, I don't know, October, November, we still have students enrolling and they don't know anybody at the school, we can start showing the students where the clubs are. And so that's a way for our students to connect with one another. And that's been very successful. If you scroll down just a little bit, there'll be the names of these clubs. So top left there's the TSA. And so we learned a lot about that already. We have chess club, that's after school. AmeriCorps is there, so our AmeriCorps is helping run a club after school, which is great. And then right there in the middle is Courage Club. Top right, D&D Club, and 7th graders have latched onto that, and that club filled up really quick, and we had to make some more room and space for some other students there. And then Anime Club. Clubs are still popping up, so we don't have these identified clubs. Students are still creating clubs. This is just a couple of the clubs that would fit here on the screen. We have a whole bunch more. We have Passion, Painting with Passion after school, Art Club, and there's a whole bunch. And so I couldn't even name all of them because they pop up every week, every couple of weeks, they do change a little bit. But students are motivated in seeing their friends and having a place for them to eat, and they feel safe and comfortable there, which is pretty cool. Here's TSA. We learned a whole bunch about TSA, and so I'm not going to repeat most of this, but when we had when they went to state for their competition in March, this March 16th and March 19th, these are some of the titles that our students claimed. And so first place, we had Becca Mansa and Lizzie Shaw. That was for Off the Grid. They're also down here for first place for biotechnology. And then back up here, 4th place Off the Grid. There are another list of 4 students, forensics, and then 5th is on-demand video. So those are those clubs that they were mentioning earlier. That's just in more of a different order. So yeah, that happens after school as well, part of that club scene. So contests. We did have a couple contests this year, and we did have our advisories did kind of compete to see who would have the best, whatever the contest was at that time. And so our advisories in, say, December, we had a holiday club, so they decorated their doors and created these themes. If you were walking through the hall, you'd see all these like just elaborate, one door was, they have these Christmas trees, and then they have lights, blinking lights on it, and so they really went overboard to try to win the door contest. One was like a big, it was like a T-Rex or something, which didn't really fit, but you had to go around it when you went into the door, which was pretty cool. But that was a way to just kind of build that back and forth, trying to get the spirit going in the halls in the building, which is a fun way to do it. This is an art club, so students submitted this is an art contest. Students submitted their artwork, and then they chose prizes. Also part of that competition, we had a pumpkin carving contest. So as soon as you walked in, you'd see there in the glass there were pumpkins, and students were able to vote on which one they felt like was first, second, and third all the way down, which is pretty cool. Anytime you can build that back and forth where they're really competitive, it seems to really help just the culture and climate. Here's some School Spirit Week. There's some of those ideas, crazy hair, hat day, different colors, wearing, shoes and on different feet, so that's what this is showing you, just some of those Spirit Week, getting kids engaged. Book character, tutu, yeah. Athletics. This is kind of like this is what drives a lot of students at the middle school. And so, I had an experience yesterday where my son, he's almost 4, is playing. He's playing soccer, and he's playing around in the goal. He's not doing very much, right? But he's out there. And when we're done, he says he likes it. And it's really for the parents to watch your child run around, which is awesome. He started chanting for the other team because everybody was it was the atmosphere, right? It didn't matter, but it's engaging. It's fun for parents when grandparents are going to show up and watch them playing in the goal, but they're there, and so it's very motivating to show up and see your child out there. And so I really experienced that yesterday. Now for athletics, same thing at the middle school. When students do need to be eligible to play, so they do need to increase their academics, right, if they're failing or they're falling behind. But then parents rally behind their child. Parents are advocating, they're calling, they're checking in with teachers. So in the fall is like the best time to have that connect system where students are maybe needing that extra nudge and push. The athletics, we have coaches. There's a lot of motivation behind athletics at the middle school, and that really brings students into feeling connected, and we're all on the same page trying to get that student to play. And having our community members part of the, and sometimes when you go watch an event, you don't even realize you really like the event until you're there, and the atmosphere is glowing and everyone's on their feet, and it's a pretty fun environment. So you can see here 24 athletes in cross country. We're here for our fall athletics. Football, we had 48, and volleyball, 33 athletes participate this year. Our next slide is our winter athletics. So winter, we had 48, basketball for boys basketball, girls basketball, 35, and we had 21 athletes for wrestling. And we had cross country, no, it's not cross country, what was the one? Track and field. And so we have about 40 students right now in track and field after school. So when you look at athletics, it's about an hour to an hour and a half after school, and they work on the event that they're in, and so you'll see them running around town and working on some skills. All right, this is our Stevens Middle School front entrance there, and we're gonna do wrap up or? Sure. All right.
Just back to what our focus was. Our focus is re-engagement, getting the kids involved, getting them engaged in school through clubs, activities, contests, just giving them that desire of wanting to be back at school. So that is what our focus is, and that's what we continue to do. Any questions for any of us?
Well, I'd like to make some comments. I'm really impressed with your support groups. I mean, bingo. Everyone that we know will have students fail. You've targeted that. And I had a wonderful opportunity to visit Stevens this week. And the climate and culture of being in the hall of middle schools is something I always fear as an elementary person. And it was very calm. And I was impressed. And I visited a couple classrooms, and I saw the students being so respectful of each other, cheering each other on, accepting mistakes, and then offering their. So I really see a difference, and I was very impressed. And then when I heard what your supports are, you're really meeting the needs of your students. And I also saw one student who would be impaired in a way that they need extra support, and I immediately saw adults immediately moving in to support and care in a very respectful way. So I just want to say, great job, Stevens.
Yeah, the teams have made a huge difference this year. And it's a process, and we find out a kid needs something, and everyone is there. So it's been amazing. Yeah, I appreciate the staff there for sure.
I really like the way Melissa, is that correct? Talked about that the quick response that those teams allow for, very quick, right up today. We're going to work on this today. And also the idea that there is somebody there to check on those children that need checking on every day. That's amazing. And I know that takes a lot of planning and time and excellent staff. So please give your staff kudos for that.
Absolutely, we will. Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you. Always love hearing from our school people. And speaking of hearing from, it's time. It's CSIP time. And we're now
You've got to go first.
we're now at 7.05, and I think we're going to have 4 CSIP reports tonight. Is that right? Marty?
4, yes. Starting with Dry Creek.
And Dry Creek's going to be first. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Principal Julie, welcome.
Thank you.
Hi, Julie.
So,
Julie, can you use the mic?
I know you all think you're loud enough, but the computer can't think.
Thank you.
So I did just present in February, so a lot of the things you're going to hear today are probably pretty close to what I presented, but I'm ready. So do you want to go to the next page? Yeah, that show that whole graph. The whole chart, yeah. So this chart is looking at our DIBELS data, which we didn't see a lot of improvement from our fall DIBELS to our middle DIBELS, but we didn't lose a lot of ground, so we stayed pretty consistent. I think, like a lot of us, we struggled with attendance, and I mean, we can't emphasize enough to parents that attendance correlates to academic success. And so we saw some great growth in our first grade, really great growth. You can see that we went from 47% below far below proficient to 33% far below proficient. And so I attribute that to really solid first grade teachers and a really amazing Title I reading teacher and her team with Margie Morfitt. We also, as you can see, we saw some decrease in second grade. We saw a decrease in our far below. So we saw a little bit of growth moving up. And then the other ones, again, fourth grade, we lost some ground in fourth grade, but fourth grade, our teacher went out on maternity leave mid-year. And then we also split the class. We had a large class. It was 29 kids in one classroom. So we were able to get a position. However, we really struggled with getting a teacher. So we had a long-term sub, but we recently were able to hire a teacher who just recently finished his degree and also just has lots of experience in schools. And so while there's 7 Mondays left, we do expect with the smaller class size, so we had made this 4th, 5th grade class. It was not a success. We had to step back and really reflect on that. And then, but we could not put all those 4th graders back into the 4th grade class. So we were able to get this other teacher, and it's a small class, and he's doing amazing things with the kids, and I really expect to see some growth because it really actually was a fairly solid group in terms of academics. And so we saw some slide, but we expect to see some more growth. We also got new students in 4th grade and lost some students. It was a pretty interesting transitional year. One interesting thing about this 4th grade class, their teacher went out for maternity leave. They had a teacher in 2nd grade that went out for maternity leave too. So this class has seen some changes. And then I've been working closely with Morgan to separate our Ridge program from our data so that we have 2 sets of data, because it's hard to sort through that data, right? So it can be skewed in the way that we're like, oh, whew, okay, we're okay, but knowing that we do actually have some work to do, and we're doing it. I've said this, and every time I've spoken to you, that I have really in my career one of the most solid groups of educators that I've ever had, and they are dedicated, and they're just amazing teachers, and they teach all day, and as our teachers do. But it's just really impressive, and I think with that, and as now kids are starting to come back to school more, where our current attendance data is better than it had been, so I just expect that now that we're kind of over the hump of the part of COVID that was really keeping kids at home. We have families that missed 3/4 of the school year due to one family member, and then another family member, and then another family member exposed. And so we have a lot of extended families at our school that live together in large extended families. And so we just think that with this kind of hopefully getting over that, our attendance is going to improve and our data is going to improve. and you could just. So some of the ELA activities that we implemented this over the winter and late fall and winters, we were able to get an intensive phonemic awareness program. And if any of you have heard me talk, my background's in literacy, and I identified very quickly when I came to school that we really had a hole there. We had a gap to fill with the phonemic awareness, and so we purchased a program, not very expensive, but really easy to use. 10 minutes out of the day, used consistently, it shows amazing growth. And so we adopted that, and all my teachers, and I didn't even push it on them. I just said, hey, I have this available, I'll order it for you, let me know. And all of my primary teachers asked for it. So that's a Heggerty, it's a phonemic awareness program, which is really the base of all literacy. The other piece, which is exciting, we as a school, I sent out an email, I said, hey, there's this really great training, I'll pay for it. If you want to take it, totally optional. And all but 2 of my teachers and half of my paras are taking that course. And so I expect with that knowledge, it's going to really support what's happening with Wit and Wisdom and the foundations and any of those kind of adoptions that we're making.
So what's the training?
No, I did not. Sorry, it's called Shifting the Balance. It's kind of looking at how we move into going back into the science of reading, but also how we don't throw out the baby with the bathwater. We really figure out where to incorporate all that we know about literacy. So we're going to math. I think I only have a few more minutes left. We actually saw the math data is interesting again and again. What you see on the screen is a little different from the reality because of our rich data. But we saw some individual growth, huge individual growth. Our 3rd grade made a lot of growth in math. As you can see, I stacked the BOI and the MOI. So we made some pretty good growth. We moved 10% more students into the blue in 3rd grade. And again, our 4th grade has struggled this year, but our 3rd grade did really good. And then our 6th grade is struggling a little bit, minus the ridge. So, but we got to hire, we finally brought on board a math interventionist, and we expect that great things are going to happen. And we also adopted a Tier 2 intervention program, which I have talked about. And so we are seeing lots of really great improvement based on that so far with the data. So we're excited to keep watching that data. And you can go past that one because I kind of talked about that stuff. So this is some of the data that we've all, looking at our needs, looking at what needs to happen. We identified, of course, we had some uptick in our student referrals. We hired a behavior specialist this year, this after Christmas. And Brittany Martin is back with us as the dean full-time. And so we're really kind of trying to really encompass some really strong behavioral interventions with us, which kind of we think it raised our data a little bit because we were focusing on some specific things and asking teachers to refer so that we could get ahead of some of the issues. And I think one thing I saw in our data before I even came here, I had researched our data, and I saw defiance, disrespect, and physical aggression as main issues. And they still are the main issues. But I don't think that's unique to our school. I think that's pretty common. And so we did a professional development day a week ago now with Solution Tree, and we feel like we have really some great opportunities for growth in that area. And in the area of behavior, where Brittany Martin and myself and my counselor and my behavior support specialists are working really hard to create these systems that we started studying and working on this summer, and we're really starting to see that moving forward, and that's been really exciting. We met with the guy from Solution Tree just this afternoon, and we're able to feel like our systems are starting to come together, and that's really exciting for us. We've implemented, like Stevens is doing, but we've recently really implemented check-in, check-out officially. So, we kind of did it informally before, but we're using check-in, check-out, and it's already been amazing, really been amazing. So we've seen some really, really significant decreases in behavior in our first grade, but we were starting to see some first and second grade behaviors rising in the fall and winter, and recently have seen a pretty strong decrease in some significant behaviors in some specific students. And that's been exciting, and I attribute that to relationships. The check-in, check-out system that we were kind of doing informally, now more formally, and some children got medicated. Just kidding. And so, we're implementing the behavior RTI model, which is, again, part of this really strong system that we are working on. We're also we added an anti-bullying curriculum. We're starting to get more reports of bullying from parents reporting that their child is being bullied. And so that system is working. That's coming from the counselor primarily, and then we are doing some other things, planning for next year on how to kind of get ahead of it as well. I think that's pretty much, I don't know how other schools were doing, but we definitely struggled with attendance, and there was, as we know, there was a lot of COVID absences. And so the first time in the fall I did a whole group of attendance meetings with parents, and I had parents coming in crying, and we're doing what we're supposed to do, we're staying home, and you're sending us this letter. And so we just decided as a team that this was the year to just keep encouraging attendance. We continue to make calls, we continue to send letters, but we're looking forward to next year hopefully being more regular and being able to have higher expectations for attendance. So. We had a lot of referrals. A third of our students see our single counselor for a pretty regular basis. She's got a very full schedule. We've identified, and in partnership with our tribal partners, we have identified that our students have great mental health needs, and we're continuing to work on that. One of the things that we're working on, we have not had our district-funded Native American interventionist, but we have an interview in the morning, actually. So finally we had an applicant that completed their application, and so we're looking forward to that interview tomorrow. As well as Carmen Watson, Charles and I are still working on getting a therapist from the tribe into the building, and that probably won't happen until next year, but I'm also working closely with the tribe in that I've worked with Mark Gaskell, who is the chief operating officer of their behavior wellness department. And he is coming in. This is very exciting. He's coming in Wednesday mornings. It was going to start this week, but I think it's going to start next week. And doing some training with our teachers on our core team for behavior, on some help with behavior, some support with behavior, and really his work really looks at family units. And so kind of trying to support and wrap around family units. And so we're excited about that support. And hopefully that will help us get the therapists that we're asking for as well. I think that's that. That's that. Questions?
I had some questions.
Yes.
If you don't mind. You don't pull the ridge data out, correct?
At this time, we have not pulled the ridge. We were trying to separate it. It's just really hard to do unless you do it individually, student by student.
Okay.
But even then you don't get one report. And so, no, we have not separated that.
And the other question, or one other question I had was your volunteers. I know that you've had a good history out there with volunteers. Are they coming back?
Yes, we have some very solid volunteers that come in. I remember the first time after they started coming back when we opened up, and I was like, who is that in the hallway? I didn't even know. But they're amazing. They come very consistently, and they work with kids, and they have their own systems that they're working with in terms of both literacy and math that they're providing. So they're awesome. Yeah.
And the one other question I had was about the Native American position. That's the position that Summer had?
Yes,
And
that's
Summer's not there anymore?
Summer's with the district now. And so she does still support us. She has been able to continue that support, as well as Becca, too, to be honest. Becca works with our students as well, and our Native American students. But yeah, so we haven't been without. We have one that is provided by the tribe as well. So, you know, but we are definitely looking forward to having that other person.
Okay, so
Yeah.
that is what you would call your Native American
Yes.
interventionist?
Yes.
Now, did you say you were looking for a Native American counselor?
Yes, so we're trying to work with the tribe, and it's been presented to their council to put a part-time or a full-time licensed therapist in the school.
Okay.
Yeah. It's a model, I think I've talked about it before. It's a model I had with my other school, and it was very successful. And it's really a win-win situation, so.
Good.
Yeah.
Thank you. Board, any comments, questions?
Yeah, I would like to make a comment. I just would like to thank you for your enthusiasm for Dry Creek and your positive belief in the potential that students and staff have. And I'm hearing that there's a lot of professional development going on. And that's great news for staff and students. I appreciate your leadership in that.
Thank you.
Because that is a great step when a staff can work together in common goals.
Yeah.
And that's so important. And I'm hearing from many buildings about the difficulty of attendance. And I know that just inherently that has been one of the issues for Dry Creek. And I just thank you for continuing to tackle that with a soft hand.
Yes.
To be sure that people know that you're caring about all those other things. So
Yeah, thank you.
great job, and I'll continue to be excited to see your progress.
Thank you, and thanks for coming to our building, and I'm sorry I didn't spend more time with you.
Oh, no, you
It's
have
one of those
important things to take care of. I totally understand that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. You're doing a great job.
Awesome.
And your
Thank you.
staff also.
Yes, they are really doing amazing.
And that professional development will pay
Yes.
off. It will always pay off.
Well, and I think for us, even more than the professional development itself, it's kind of the collegiality and the collaborative nature of it. It was all self-selected. No one had to do it, and they really have all stepped up for the most part and really have embraced.
Good.
So, I mean, I think 14 of my staff voluntarily, before even Michelle had put out about the breaking ground. Yeah. 14 of one of my staff members had asked, "Hey, we want to read this book. Will you get it for us?" I said, "Absolutely," but I don't want to be the one that asks the teachers. I don't want to do that. So she put an ask out, and 14 of our staff members volunteered to do that book study, and that was quite a bit before the one came out from the district. But they were able to join the district, which was just perfect. So
Good. Well, we appreciate you.
thank you.
Do you have any suggestion about who goes next?
Michelle, do you have an order? Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Julie.
Thank you, Julie. We
Thanks, Julie.
appreciate
Thank
all
you.
that you
Thank
do.
Thanks.
Welcome.
Oh, hi, everybody.
I feel like I see these principals every
Right?
meeting we
I mean,
have.
You're gonna get sick of us. Okay,
No.
Jenny, I'm gonna keep you on your toes on this one because we're gonna go out of order. Okay, so I would like to start, since we were just talking about it, on what I think is page 8. So it's the family and community. And so let's dive into this attendance stuff, because one of the things that I think just paints all of the picture of everything that's going on is that we are still in a pandemic. And so that really, I was able to pull out what we're seeing as far as absences by grade level, and then I could articulate the number of days of each grade level that they have missed as a grade level. And so when you add all of that up, what we've got going on is, as of March, when I put this together, we had 6,220 total days missed by our students, with an average of 87.56 students that have missed daily. When you look at it, we've got 1,859 days missed due to the student being COVID positive or being on quarantine, and then an additional 1,626 days because they had to quarantine for family members. As of when I did this, we had 18.4% of our students that are chronically absent and an additional 15% that are excessive absent. So that was 33% of our students that were chronically or excessively absent, and we know what that does. So in addition to that, I'm starting with a super bummer, sorry. But in addition to that, then you've also got the piece where, you know, this is somewhat mirrored by what's happening with our staff. They've had COVID impacts in their families and for themselves. And so to have that continuity for a classroom when the staff leader can't be there or has to come in and out because, for example, I have a teacher that has had 4 family members have COVID, but not at the same time. And so each time she's gone for like 7 or 8 days, then she comes back for like a week, and then she's gone again. And so that just really impacts everything about what our students are able to do as far as that consistency piece. So that it's made things hard, but not impossible. So let's go backwards some more. So let's go back to page 6. And so on page 6, you know, some of the things that we know is that in addition, I guess we're gonna get like a little bit more bummer, but in addition to attendance, we also know like our mental health has been pretty challenging, and that like goes hand in hand with our discipline pieces. And so this was that fun little SRSSIE that I said that we were going to show you some data. So we did a mid-year point where we were looking at different grade levels and internalizing, externalizing, or both, as far as the number of students that were identified as being in pretty high need of needing support. So you can see that we've got you know, a fairly significant number of our students that have some pretty massive needs. And in fact, when you crunch all these numbers together, I'm a numbers girl, you can tell, 60.3% of our students have been identified as in need of support in either internalizing, externalizing, or both. And so what we've been able to do with this is that I pulled one of our certificated teachers who's very, very excellent, and she has become a full-time wellness certificated person. So she is teaching, right now she is working directly with 13.2% of our student body just on self-regulation and wellness. So she's pulling them out for individual and small group supports. And then I was able to backfill her position in 4th grade with a new teacher for the remainder of the year as a long-term sub in that position. So it's been really, really effective to give our students an opportunity to learn the skills that they are lagging in. So that's been really helpful. So I paint this picture because, of course, all of this impacts, you know, where we're at with our math and with our ELA. So if we go backwards again, we can go back to math. So if you want to look at page 4, you will see a little handy-dandy little graph. And so we know that the SBAC scores from the fall were, you know, they are a data point, so they are included. But more important to me is what I was able to create right here, and that is whether or not our students met their growth projection in math. And so that is from MAP, so from fall to winter, there was a certain amount of growth that we would have anticipated had it been normal and kids had been there. And so that amount of growth If they met their growth projection, I identified them in the green as yes, and if they didn't meet their growth projection, then that would be in the red as no. But it is a celebration to say that the majority of our students did meet their growth projection, even with all of these other things going on in the background. So I'm pretty proud of what was happening here, and I also attribute a lot of this to the fact that we have a really, really good core curriculum that our staff is very well trained in. So we leaned heavily on Eureka. We continued to follow the continuum of each one of the modules. We're on our target, even though sometimes my teachers are cringing and coming at me and going, we can't go on. They don't know it yet. And I said, that's okay. They're going to get it. We're going to backfill with some other things. And the wonderful, beautiful thing that we know about Eureka after using it now for 7 years is that it cycles. And so if they don't get it right now, it's going to come back in the next unit in another way. And so the teachers do trust the cycle, and we're seeing really, really great growth for our students. The other thing that we've had lots of conversations amongst our staff is that we not only trust the cycle of the curriculum, but we trust each other. And so we know that if we've got our first grade team that's feeling like, these kids are gonna come to you next year with gaps, that's okay, because they know that the second grade team is incredible, and we know that this is going to be a 3 to 5 year rebound. This is not going to be a this year rebound. I mean, look at our attendance. This is going to be 3 to 5 years, and we're committed to that, and we're going to make small changes every year, and we're going to make incredible changes for our kids. So then that backs up to the less good news, and that is where our ELA was, and so back up 2 more. And so this is our DIBELS data, and once again, this is one measure, and so between fall and winter, and that's when we had the most impacts, we didn't see a huge amount of growth. That being said, I am doing happy dances almost every day because we have incorporated LLI, which is an intervention program that's aligned with the FNP curriculum pieces, and our LLI is getting incredible returns. And so we do leveled literacy intervention. Maybe. I'm pretty sure it is. And sure. And so we get a measure 3 times a year of where our students, when you go in and they read with you, and then they're at a level A or a level C or a level F, and so we know where they should be at each one of the grade levels, and so we know that our kids are behind. However, with LLI, if they have been identified as a year or more behind, we've put them into these small group interventions. So I've pushed in as much para support. I'm pulling from here and there and everywhere to have small group interventions for students that need that additional support. So all of our first graders and second graders that have been identified as a year or more behind are working for half an hour or more a day in groups of 3 or less at their level, just churning it out. And also I steal great ideas from other people. So, Julie left, but Hegarty, I grabbed onto that too and incorporated that into all my primary grade levels, and that's been amazing. And so, I can't promise the moon and the stars, but at this point in time, according to Jen Reynolds, the Title I teacher, if we stay on the path that we started at the beginning of the year through LLI to the end of the year, we are going to have all but, I think, 6 of our first grade and second grade students reading at grade level.
That is wonderful.
Yes, so I have to do my little happy dance there because they are working so hard, and our teachers are working so hard, and despite all of the challenges, it's all coming together. So the wellness person was somebody that I put in place mid-year because we saw that was a huge need. Another huge need that we saw, and as you saw back in the attendance thing, and as you can see here, first grade, kindergarten, those are really, really impacted years. And so I pulled additional 1-year-only contracts for para support. So I've got paras in those classes, a half day, like So like Taffy Bond, who's amazing. She's in a kindergarten class for half the day and a first grade class for half the day to give additional support in those classes to help out there. And so because then I was able to do that, I pulled the paras that kind of helped a little bit and push them more into second and third grade. So we've got a ton of extra support in my K through 3s, and we're seeing some really, really great results from that. I think that's my yada yada. What do you got for me?
Questions, comments? I'm so sad about attendance, and I knew that this year was going to be hard trying to get everybody back into school, and we lost so many students and all that yada yada. But, trying to make parents aware that if they don't come to school, they're not going to learn anything, period, and they're going to lose more. I think that's the part that really bothers me. They've lost so much over the last 2 years, and now that they can come back to school and there's so much absenteeism, it just adds to that loss rather than diminishes that loss. Am I seeing that?
Yes and no. I think that there are some families that are having a hard time breaking out of those patterns of just, school is optional sort of feeling. But I think more of our families really are trying to be respectful and follow our guidelines. And so I think that I feel like we have really, really great connection with a lot of our families, that the vast majority of our families, like we had 100% of our back to school meetings, and we had 90, I was missing 2 families. And at the end of October, like our parents are in it with us. They want to do the right thing. And so if we say, you got the sniffles, you stay home, that's what they're doing. And so, so Jenny, if you wanted to roll back one more time just to see onto page 8. It's our little guys that the parents are keeping. I mean, they're the ones that get the snotty noses and the coughs the most. And so, And so you'll see, like, it's my kindergartners that are staying home, like in droves. And because these families are trying to do the right thing, they're just starting school, and okay, what are we supposed to do? And so I am not as discouraged about the long-term pieces on the attendance. I'm feeling pretty good about the long term. And also, I just want to shout it out again, how important those navigators are. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm so grateful to be working with Summer and now Julie and Becca. They literally go and beat down the doors and go into the alleyways, and they find our kids that aren't necessarily doing it the way that we want them to do it, and hook them up with community resources. And we have really, really respectful conversations weekly about it, and they're amazing. So thank you for that as a resource, because they are making a huge difference for our families.
You have a large number of McKinney-Vento.
Yes. Yeah. So I don't, for a numbers girl, I don't have that in front of me,
Okay,
but
you don't
I.
Getting a report later.
we are.
Yeah.
We saw that you have.
Well, and it's interesting because the boundary areas for me include healthy families and our more transient hotels. So I get a lot of families at the Holiday Lodge and the Aircrest and the whatever the one is right there by Taco Time, as well as healthy families. So, and that's the first spot that they land, and then they stay with me, because then if they do get something that's a little bit more permanent, like a trailer at the Welcome Inn, they still stay with me for the rest of the year.
Well, we're glad to be able to present the Navigator concept, and I think that's one thing that has strengthened our whole school system in the last couple of 3 years.
Yes, it's
I'm glad to hear
huge.
that they're helpful to you.
Huge.
And your kids. Okay.
Thank you.
Katie?
I just was curious, when you do the reading group, when you pull kids out for reading or literacy, are you putting your teachers with the low kids, or are those the paras that are going with the low kids?
So we're doing a combination of both. So we have Jed Reynolds, my Title I teacher, and she runs the mighty army that is where we bring them all into the library together. And so then she gives training on our Wednesday mornings for our paraeducators that are doing all of this work. And so she's providing all the materials, she's providing all of the oversight, she's providing all of the PD, and whew, you think I'm a data dork. I mean, we are sisters in that mission. She brings me all the numbers all the time of this kid needs this and that kid goes there. And so, so that is during our RTI time. So while these kids are getting this intervention, that's the exact same time that our students that need special education support and their SDI, they are getting their SDI with their caseworker, and then at that same time, that allows for the classroom teacher then to do extension literacy activities with the students that are at grade level or above. So it can all work in conjunction at the same time to be like, reading ORAMA for first grade happens at 9:45 to 10:20 every day, that kind of thing. And then second grade comes in 10:20 to 11, and so on and so forth.
I'll come check that out.
You should. It's, seriously. You walk in and their kids are like glowing with pride at their reading, and it's just so fun. It's so fun to go in there.
Yeah, thank you.
I was just going to say that targeted attention with the reading, and it sounds like you have quite a system there. That's great work for the early readers.
So important and so effective, so it's been great.
Wonderful, thank you.
Anything else?
Thank you
Who
so
gets
much.
the magic stick next? Jeff. Boom.
Thank you. We appreciate you. You know we do.
And I did mine a little differently so that hopefully you could somewhat see the graphs that are virtually illegible on the CSIP. So you'll see it in a little different form. And I always start with kind of who we are to go to the next slide. Our mission and vision is to foster a commitment to and a love for lifelong learning. And every student, if I ask the question, what do we do every day? And they'll tell you, we learn and grow. They'll hear that at the beginning of every day during the announcements. Next slide. And I'm going to go quickly because I know you want to get back on track, not so you're not here till midnight. ELA is what we'll start out with. We use DIBELS as our primary tool to assess where students are at. Every student, kindergarten through 6th. In kindergarten, we don't do beginning of the year, but so you'll see 1st through 6th data here is assessed through DIBELS. I'm pleased that fall and winter there was an increase in almost all grades. Our exception here was our 2nd grade group, which we knew going in that was going to be a target group. But even they improved from 8 to 13 being at or above grade level, and the numbers on the below dropped. So I was pleased with that. We're still targeting them, but that was a group that we anticipated was going to be low. They didn't have quite the jump, but we're pleased with that. To account for some of the losses that we anticipated, we have hired some new people, and I'll talk a little bit more about that later, but they're helping to address that. We are also finding, with anything that we do, when you assess in the fall, you assess again in winter, well, the expectations increase too. So it's not like it's the same level and okay, now you've got this many that are at that level. The level ramps up. What we found was as new students were coming to us, coming back from Seaview or back from other places, and we've gotten quite a few students that either hadn't been in school at all or were placed with relatives and not in school. Their numbers weren't as high as some of ours that have been with us all year. Go to the next slide. Our MAP data was another tool that we used to assess. Fourth grade, again, this is a group that we targeted. They were kind of our exception for improvement. Although there was some growth, it wasn't as much as we would have liked. I was particularly pleased with our third and fifth grade, who jumped up. At the start of the year, fourth and fifth grade were identified as grade levels through MAP, and I mentioned second grade and DIBELS. So we did hire a full-time intermediate support teacher and a .8 primary support teacher to address some of those needs. Next slide. Fall SBA, I included this because this was used as a baseline. We knew that the test scores weren't going to be as high, but it's a starting point where we need to establish a new baseline, and this kind of helped to do that. The limited data that came from this, because it's not like the SBAC that we'll be taking, where we'll get the strand data. It just provided us some overall scores. In the spring, I'll be updating this and be able to use the strand data to support further instruction. In math, math I think was hit hardest by COVID. I've worked really hard to determine where the existing gaps were coming in and close those. Online and hybrid were tough to teach math. Again, this is why we elected to use ESSER funds to fund the intermediate support. Our teacher, Michelle Mead, is providing RTI support not only in ELA, but also we're able to do math support groups. And this is true also of Jill Glessner and our .8 primary person. They are providing math RTI to select students that need that double dose. So in effect, our RTI groups are a second dose of instruction. So students in reading and math will get the curriculum in the classroom. They'll get a second dose through RTI, and our support teachers are in effect providing a third support. So I'm anticipating great things from that. You know, the hard part is Michelle wasn't hired until end of January, and Michelle wasn't hired, and Jill wasn't hired until second week of February. So we didn't really see an awful lot of that on a report that was due to you the second week of March. If you'll go to the next slide, there's the SBA. Again, this is just a baseline. And again, our academic supports started a little bit late, but I anticipate that those numbers are going to increase. If you'll turn to the next. One thing that I find particularly interesting, and it was mentioned by the other admin, was the support needs that were needed that were non-academic. We started the year off with our counselor, Colleen Harker, knowing that we were going to have a lot of needs to address. We pushed in supports in our classrooms through Kelso's Choice and Second Step and Bounce Back in a number of ways with in-class lessons. I made a commitment to her to provide a space where she could work with groups, where she was going from an office 2 years ago, last year, because we didn't have really students last year in building that much. From a small office, now I've got her in a larger classroom space, and it's our counseling center. She brings groups into that space to work in small groups, but she's got a whole class, and you know, Katie, you were there yesterday. You kind of saw how we space kids out, and she can provide interventions to students in a whole group setting without them really knowing that we're providing interventions. And that played out in this. The support, and I apologize, at the top says support referrals 1014. That was the initial, and that's the first column in each section. So that if you look at the counselor first, navigator first, outreach first. That was the 10/14 date. The 3-something or other date, I think it was 3/3, when I compiled these numbers, that's the second counseling column. And you can see the counselor work declined. The amount of referrals to the counselor declined because of the work that she's doing in classrooms. So those are the things that are in school interventions that we can handle. The same was not true of the navigator. We're finding that as the years progressing, there are so many more community support needs that go beyond what Colleen can provide. And we're referring more and more families. I'm not gonna say students, I'm gonna say families, for navigator type support. That kind of concerns me. And you know, it's the exact opposite. We're seeing that if we can address the needs in school, we can make a difference. We're having a hard time addressing the family needs that are impacting students when they come to us. One of the things that we are doing is we're leveraging wherever we can. And our 6th graders, we're leveraging. At recess, we brought back something that was done by, I'm gonna throw out a name from the way past, Judy Lindbergh, for those of you who remember Judy. She leveraged our 6th graders to help out at recess. So we've got our Raccoon Recess Squad where all of our 6th graders got shirts that we had for them in appreciation for what they're providing. But they're going out to recess with our K-1-2 TK K-1-2 first recess. And they're teaching them the things that they don't know how to do. They don't know how to play wall ball. They don't know how to play at recess because they haven't been in school. They don't know how to do those things. So our 6th graders are providing that leadership. And I owe a debt of gratitude to them because you know, they're giving up something to provide that, but I think they're also getting something back they're realizing. You go to the next slide. Data from the ESS student safety. I'm pretty pleased with this because 5 is the max score, and so I tend to focus on what I can control. If I can't control it, there's not a lot of point in me focusing on it because I'm just gonna beat my head against a wall. But things like classroom, hallway, and recess, they all scored at a 4.5 or higher. So the students are identifying at school, they feel safe. They feel safe in the classroom, they feel safe in the hallways, they feel safe at recess. It was interesting though, bathroom was 4.33, a little lower, which we were sending them in one at a time. So I'm not sure exactly what they're doing in there that's scaring them, but it was a little lower. If you'll go to the next, our EES screener summary is in line with the district. We did find some discrepancies in students that were being identified by the screener and students that were being left off because we knew who we were already providing counseling services to. Some of their names weren't appearing on the screener, so we really looked at each individual student there. We go to the next slide. I asked teachers, one of the things that I wanted to focus on was just student engagement. So work completion was one way that we could assess engagement. And each time that I've asked for teachers, how are kids doing? Are almost all turning in their work? Are they lacking? Give me numbers for your classes. You'll notice it's almost all are increasing. So I'm really pleased with that. Another way that I assess engagement, and this is non-scientific, but in the mornings when I'm out front greeting kids, the number of kids that get out of their car and race into the building, they run. They don't walk, they run into the building. They want to be there. They're excited to be there. Some of them forget their backpacks in the car and their parent has to yell for them to stop, but they're excited to be at school. Next slide. I'm really proud of the efforts of my students and staff. While this year's had its share of events, we've had COVID, we've had a fire alarm in a portable malfunction twice. We've had a transformer blow in the boiler room, causing us to shut down school in the middle of the day, which we learned some things from. And our academics aren't where we want them yet, but we knew they weren't going to be. We're taking care of our students and their needs. I've always said student by standard, name by need. I'm going to change that. I'm going to reverse it, because this year we're having to address name by need. If we address the needs, we can get to the standards. If we're not taking care of the needs, the standards don't matter. They're not going to get there. So each student, we're looking at what are the needs that student has and what do the family need to try to address so that we can take care of that. Again, I'm proud of our raccoons, and I'm proud of my Franklin staff, and every day we learn and grow. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Questions, comments?
Thanks for the tour. Doing a great job.
We're always proud of Franklin, and it's just like everybody else. The needs are great. They're just almost too great to even imagine. But we appreciate what you do and what your staff does. And I promise before this year is out.
Yeah, I've heard that.
I know, and I'm embarrassed and ashamed that I haven't done it, but
Thank you.
but I'll be there. All right, and last but not least, Hamilton, here we come. Welcome.
We working?
Yeah.
Awesome. All right. I won't do happy dances. That's the purview right there. And I didn't change the slides, and I'm not going to go completely out of order. So with all that said, it is now April, and in April is projection time. So just to give you an idea of what we were projecting last year, because I know there was the concern, will we be getting students back or not? My projection that I turned in April of last year was that Hamilton would have 365 kids. We now have 378 students. So our population has been growing throughout the year. It was kind of dancing for a little bit, but these last couple months, we just keep on getting new people in, new people in, new people in. So that's a great positive. So let's go ahead and run to page number 2 and 3 on the ELA, if you wouldn't mind. All right, as we go ahead and we look through the data that's on there, you can see I also like numbers, and I also like colors. That pops for me a little bit more. Just a reminder of what our goals are. For our 3rd and 6th grade, we always have an ELA score that we will be no less than 10% higher than the state when it comes to SBA. In fact, oftentimes what we say is 12 to 15. If you go ahead and you look at the next, just go, there you are. You'll go ahead and say, as far as our ELA, for 3rd grade, we had, Hamilton was at 56.4, the state was at 46. 5th grade, Hamilton was at 56, the state was at 46, and then for 6th grade, we're talking ELA, Hamilton was at 61 and the state was at 47, so we meet those goals. Now, again, if we go ahead and we compare that to where we had been pre-COVID, obviously it's not going to be there. If you go ahead and compare, and I've done all this, I'm a data geek too, I've gone ahead and compared to where we are now to where we were in the past pre-COVID. And if you look at our data now, we're about 5 years ago, 6 years ago of where we were. And we are confident, because we did it before, we're going to go ahead and do it again. There's not a doubt in our mind that it's going to go through there. We have seen growth in all areas when it comes to ELA. Not as obviously as much growth as we want, but we think, again, there's 2 primary reasons why we didn't see as much growth in ELA as we did in the math. One is, again, because of attendance, and we'll take a quick look at that. That horse has been beaten to death right now, I'm sure you guys know. But the other part is that Hamilton 3rd through 6th, every single one of our 3rd through 6th piloted ELA. And so now we're switching over to the wit and wisdom that's going on, and that's going to have an impact because the teachers are not going to be as familiar with it. I am completely confident that it would have been slightly higher. I'm not saying the program was bad, but it was just new, and we were developing and working on it. But we have seen growth in all areas. If we go ahead to the next page is math. Again, you're seeing growth in math. We only have one grade level that we have deep concerns with. And I've just lost sound. Ooh, now I'm back. Ooh, that's good. And that would be 5th grade, but we had anticipated that anyway, because if you remember last year when I was gathering up that engagement data while we were doing online and away, the group of students that we had, the least amount of online engagement was our 4th grade. So we knew that was going to be an issue when we got into 5th grade. You know my 5th grade math teacher, Mrs. Gunderson, so you know she's working extremely hard. And one of the things that we've done with our ESSER money, which we have done always in the past, is we provide a para that provides direct intervention primarily for our 5th and 6th grade. And we were just fortunate enough to have one who, I don't know, is working on her PhD in math. So she's very talented, and we will continue to see growth. We have always believed that we have 2 expectations from our students. One is to do your best, to be kind to others. And so that is our expectation, and we know that our students are doing their best. So the scores are what the scores are. They mean nothing. We bring meaning to the scores, right? And again, I won't go through all the numbers because you've probably seen it. You look at us compared to the state in the SBA. Shall I throw it on my lips? If we compare it to the state SBA scores, we are meeting our goals once again. We're consistently 10 to 12% higher than the state. If we go ahead and we look at the CEE survey, again, I'm on page 6 now. We're rocking and rolling here. It's getting late for you guys. And if you go and you take a quick gander at that, you'll go ahead and see, if you look at the district-wide scores where it goes academic, social, emotional, composite, and belonging, Hamilton is below all, and they're equal to 1. So when these scores came in, our students generally are feeling pretty safe and comfortable when they're at Hamilton. And I attribute that again to the culture and climate that we've worked on for the last so many years, to go ahead and place an emphasis on how you treat people with kindness and that you're just going to give your very best. That's been a great positive. You also will look, I think the number is in there somewhere, I'm not sure I put it on this, that we did have 87% of our students go ahead and complete this survey. So we're fairly confident that the numbers are reasonably accurate. We're not getting a small sample size, we're getting a very large sample size. We always have a goal of, our initial goal for this year for referrals and suspensions was to have 44 to 55 referrals, under 10 suspensions. Compare that to about approximately 11 years ago, and if I remember right, I think it was 10 years ago, I had 163 referrals with 25 suspensions. I was averaging at times 2 major referrals, and we're talking major events, 2 a day 10 years ago. Now I average maybe 2 a week, and compared to 10 years ago, it wouldn't have really gone, it would have maybe swept under the radar just a little bit. Now when it does come to the behavior, here is what is unique about this year, is that we are seeing 5th and 6th grade, I have a core group in each one that we're really trying to focus interventions on. And we can go ahead and work on kids and we can get them academically where they were. Here's what COVID really hit for our 5th and 6th graders, is they had so much online time as they started to explore things 5th and 6th graders should not be exploring. And they, of course, discovered the wonderful world of TikTok. And of course, then they learned how to use Snapchat, which means you can send something and then it disappears a little while later unless you enable it to save it. And so some of them are taking advantages, and it opened up a whole, for lack of a better word, it opened up a whole dark world. And so that's primarily when I'm looking at some of my higher flyers for 5th and 6th grade, that's primarily what we're working on. When we're looking at the kindergarten through 4th grade, it's just the regular behaviors that we would see in kindergarten through 4th grade and that we've addressed before. So we've been very fortunate with that. The last slide that I have on here, I believe, is the attendance one. Still circle one. And I knew that everyone was going to say something about this, but this has had a tremendous impact. We knew that. It's the dead horse that's out there. But we went ahead and we lost 34% of our absences were COVID-related, directly COVID-related. So a confirmed case, having to stay home, they're quarantining. So that's 2,896 days. Now that you go over to the 2,753 days, 33% of our illnesses, and many of those illnesses were because of the flow chart, particularly at the beginning of the year, where you went ahead and you saw, well, we've got a runny nose, I've got a sore throat, I'm staying home. Since things have loosened up a little bit, we're beginning to see our attendance begin to return to back where it was. If you go ahead and you look at the chart that right next to it, you can see that I subdivided the data a little bit. So I'm just going to give you an example. Let's just go to the male, and let's go chronic absences and then excessive absences. You notice I have two numbers there. If we go ahead, excused absences, if we count those, I had 41 students who had chronic absences. That means 10 to 14. If you go by unexcused absences, we had 1. See the difference in there? So I wanted you to understand what the numbers on that chart meant, because I think I was the only one that kind of did this, because that's just something I like to track myself. So how much were excused to how much were unexcused. So we are not meeting our goal if we're using the excused. We are meeting our goal if we're meeting the unexcused. Does that all make sense? All right. And then lastly, I'd like to go ahead and say that, just a reminder, and I say this every time for those of you who've been there, remember, if we can engage students, we can inspire students. If we can inspire students, they'll excel. Through excelling, they become confident, and once they become confident, they go ahead and they become empowered leaders, right? At Hamilton, we always say Hamilton Hawk heroes help themselves and others to learn. You have a right to an education, but so does everyone else. If someone else is struggling, do what you can to go ahead and help them, correct? And then the last thing that we go ahead and we say is always, you can ask any Hamilton student, and I've done this when you guys have come through tours, you pick them, and why are you here at Hamilton? We're here to learn. With our 5th and 6th grade, we're adding an additional L to it. Why are you at Hamilton? We're here to learn and lead, because that's what empowerment means, correct? Thank you. Any questions?
No, just thank you for the great work that you do and your staff does, and everything that you shared. I know from my personal experience with a granddaughter there that Hamilton is a great place to learn. So thank you to all of you for creating that climate and culture.
Thank you.
And you have a PhD student?
Yes.
Whoa. A PhD in math student.
And also, I'd like to go ahead and say that the ESSER funds that were provided to our building, I couldn't say enough. When it comes to funding, I'm always a firm believer that the most powerful place that you can spend funding is on people and training. You can buy as many programs you want, you can buy as much stuff as you want, you can buy as many laptops if you want, that's all important. But if you don't have people and you don't have training, well-trained people, it doesn't work out that well. And we've got 2 interventionists now. Approximately 56% of our students are receiving some additional support in ELA, and over 20% are receiving additional support in math. And a lot of that is coming from the ESSER funds. So we've used those to get people in working with kids. For those of us who are silverbacks and started doing this job before computers went into schools, right? Remember the Apple IICs? Before those came in, and when they started to come in, I remember there was the big conversation, oh my goodness, computers are going to take over teaching.
Yeah, there you go.
Computers are going to take over teaching, we're going to lose teachers, right? Well, I'm telling you one thing, we have discovered one thing. Computers are not going to take over teaching.
Absolutely not.
Because there is nothing like an eyeball to eyeball contact with a student that inspires them to do better than what they're doing, right? What?
And that confidence inspires competence every time.
Very nice.
Thank you. Thank you so much for what you do.
Thanks, Gary.
And please send our appreciation to your staff. Okay. Thank you, CSIP providers.
Thank you, elementary team.
We are very pleased with your work.
Thank you.
Appreciate you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Have a good night.
We'll be here for a while.
Okay, well, we're gonna move on to, Karen Ross is gonna talk to us about how balanced calendars are impacted by transportation. Karen, welcome.
I want to preference this conversation real
Okay.
quick. I'm going to remind everybody in the room and also online that this is just for conversation purposes.
Yes.
This year, the board is choosing to do a deeper dive in the balanced calendar concept. If the board, after a number of opportunities to learn, has a desire to dig deeper into the concept, we will do expansive and very detailed work next year around a learning system-wide that will involve all stakeholders.
All right, thank you. So I asked my staff, between my office staff, my mechanics, also with drivers and stuff too, just to, if this was to come about, what are some of the ideas, pros and cons, that they were, possibly thinking of. So one of the things is if all the schools went ahead and did, the balanced calendar, every school would be on the same, year-round schooling. It would give everybody the same time off. You could also plan a little bit better for vacations. Routes would relatively stay the same. We wouldn't be having a lot of route changes because everything's just kind of like continuing rolling on. I mean, we do have grade levels that, sometimes do move up, like especially in special needs routing. But at least it would be a little bit easier on us because we're not having to do that great big major change that sometimes we have to do, or like we did last year. We would also, everybody would be on the same 180-day schedule. Drivers could, we could also basically save a little bit of money because we're basically doing the same 180 days, but we're not doing summer school either. Or a lot of times summer school is not necessarily always funded by the state, some of the stuff that we did then. So that is one little bonus on that. So talking about the cons for like the pilot program, if you were just talking about maybe one school, like trying to figure out if this is a good idea or not, the things that we found, like for if just only doing one school, drivers that basically drive for that one particular school that's going to be on that new balanced calendar, they're still going to have to pretty much drive almost all year long because they still have other schools to fill in for. So they would actually be longer, which would also be an increase in cost and stuff too. And currently, if we were to do that, the one school that would actually be, doing the balanced calendar would probably have about another 8 drivers that we would actually having, working more like full-time instead of just having like the regular 180-day schedule or everybody doing balanced calendar. Everybody be, pretty much on the same. But if we're not doing that for all schools and just the one school, we're going to have to increase the budget in order for those other drivers to fulfill their needs at the other schools that are not, doing the balanced calendar. For my mechanics, would be a little bit harder time because now we're pretty much running buses almost like all year. Not necessarily all of them, but it makes it a little bit harder for them to try to get ready for our state inspection that we have from the State Patrol that comes through annually. They take a look at every one of our buses, and so a lot of times if there's little projects that maybe they don't have enough time to do for, it doesn't give them enough time to maybe get on some of those bigger projects they have on buses and stuff too. The other thing that we were talking about too is also like parents. So if parents have kids that are both in one school that is doing the balanced calendar and they have other kids that are on the 180-day schedule like we currently do now, you could have problems with finding daycares. You would not maybe have your older siblings available to take care of your younger ones if they were off, doing the balanced calendar, being off during their times when the other ones are still in school. Could make it a little bit harder for them. We also talked about too when one school routes could possibly maybe be changed or modified when the one school is not going to school. We might be able to modify for the other schools that are. But then we also found too that's also a huge impact on parents and stuff too. So we pretty much keep everything the same if we were doing that, more or less putting the impact on us instead of onto the parents. And then the other last thing that drivers also talked about too is they would not have their 3 months off to basically find other work, outside of the 180 days that they do currently right now. So, yeah. So those are some of the main things that we talked about, and I'm sure there's probably going to be others down the road, but those are kind of some of the main things that kind of just stuck out in the beginning. So, I don't know if you have any questions in regards to maybe transportation or things that you guys have heard too.
I do. Yeah. What's your honest opinion? What do you really think about if all the schools were doing the balanced calendar? How do you feel about it?
For myself and for some of the things I see, I think it's kind of great because a lot of times people are always looking to do vacations, like during, like normal, like right now during like say something, you wanna do something in January.
Mhm.
A lot of times you can't. With the balanced calendar, every once in a while, you know you're gonna have like the 3 or the 4 week, you know, section that's off, so people are looking for trying to do vacations without impacting the regular 180 days.
It's easier
that
on
kids
your
are
scheduling, right? You're in
Yes,
charge of it,
yes,
right?
exactly,
Okay.
yeah. So when people are wanting to say, hey, can you guys target that, you know, those 3 or 4 weeks, you know, depending on what the schedule is, you know, for them to take time off, so.
So that would be good for your staff. that
Yes,
they
but,
could-
yeah, but like the drivers, like they said, the only thing is trying to find that extra work, you know, that
Yeah,
they can. They
how
might
many-
not necessarily be able to find, you know, a place where, hey, every, you know, 4 or 5 weeks, you know, I'm gonna have a couple weeks off, you know, I can come fill in, you know, you might be able to find something, just depends on, you know, what the job is too.
How many of your drivers get a part-time or full-time job in the summer?
Right now I've got about 21 drivers that are driving on a regular basis. And so probably out of those, I would say maybe about a quarter of them probably
Okay.
find extra work. Because we do have a lot of retirees and stuff too. But yeah, so it's not a huge number, but there is some.
Any other questions, comments? Karen, thank you for kind of succinctly bringing us this report. We've just begun, you know, this is just a beginning to see
Right.
if this might be helpful to our students and
You're the
families.
first one.
Oh.
Yeah, so we appreciate you doing this and being open to looking at the good.
Yeah,
good
and,
points.
and drivers have, you know, heard some of this before. Marty also gave me a schedule to kind of give them an idea of, you know, how that would actually play out. Like you said, you can kind of tweak that a little bit, so maybe you might have January off, which would be nice for us, because maybe we won't have any snow days, you know, type thing, so.
Right.
Yeah, so there are some other, you know, things that could benefit as well too, but like I say, it's just a matter of trying to find that balance, and it's like anything that's new, you know, you gotta kind of take a look at all the angles and, you know, see if it's something that's doable for everybody.
Well, we'll be looking for the next year or so and, you know,
Perfect.
investigating things. So thank you for beginning that process for us.
Sure.
We appreciate you.
Kate?
I do believe that the sports schedules would continue even though we would have breaks.
Right, we were kind of talking about that the other day too, 'cause especially during the normal sports seasons,
Yeah,
not so
like
much in the summertime, if they were, yeah, they would, so even when they had that, you know, 3 or 4 week break, there still could be potential for, you know, trips out of town and stuff too.
Yeah.
So,
So that would still require buses.
right, yes, so there's a little bit more possibly during that off time.
Some complexity.
Yes.
Basketball's a pretty good representation of what can be done, because,
Mhm.
you know, we have a 2-week, you know, vacation period during that season. They
Mhm.
continue to practice and they continue to play.
Mhm.
And so, you know, that is possible. If a district makes a decision to try a balanced calendar, it is possible to have practices and playing interscholastic events while you're not in school. Might not be real convenient for a family if they want to travel, but, you know, there is examples of that in our system.
I was just thinking that it would take the transportation support.
Yep. Yep.
Definitely.
So it would take away from some of those break ideas.
Right, yeah, I mean, they'd still get a break, but at least we're not necessarily needing all drivers, but those that are maybe looking for that little extra, you know, the stuff too, that is.
Yeah, that's
Maybe
what
those
they do.
12 we can take care of in-house.
Mhm. Yeah. So-
Karen, would you do us a favor too? I saw a lot of cons with the idea of having one school started off, you know, as
Mhm.
like an experiment.
Right.
Would you just, you know, as we move forward, just like play around with some ideas about how you can make that work?
Mhm. Yeah.
Just brainstorm a little bit, and we'll just kind of keep.
If you're
touching
just
base.
doing the one particular
If
school.
we were, yeah, if
Yeah.
we're gonna do like one school just to start it
Mhm.
out and see how it works, like to see, like there was a lot of cons, like in
Yeah.
what you found with that in particular, but see if we can find some pros and some, you know,
Mhm.
some workarounds.
Yeah, because like I say, the biggest one is just that it would end up costing extra for the district, because now you are running, you know, more people
Right.
longer than the normal 180-day schedule, whether you're on a balanced calendar or on the regular schedule that we're on right now too, so.
See if you can find a way so
Yeah,
that isn't true.
Yeah, do you have, do you have how
Find
many
me more
drivers?
money.
Just think about it.
Yeah,
Find me more
how many
money.
drivers you might have who would be interested in just doing it to X school and home from X school, and they don't wanna do also to Y school and Z school, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
There could be those people.
Mhm.
I don't know.
Yeah, well, and especially even like for the parents and stuff too, there's gonna be impact on them as well too, because especially if you
Yeah.
have more than, you know,
Mhm.
one student,
Yeah,
you've got them in
everything's
different grade
gonna be a
levels.
choice issue
Yeah.
to start. I mean, under all circumstances, parents are gonna be, you know, forefront in this.
Yeah.
And there will be parents who'll be like, heck no, and there are gonna be parents who are like, yes, please.
Please, yeah.
You know.
And then that's the
So-
other thing too, is you have some parents that are gonna wanna switch. And with our boundaries that we have, I mean, we don't have a lot of, wiggle room to drive from one end of town to the other.
Yeah.
Because the one school is gonna do it's on, the one end of town, but the kids that are wanting to go are on the other end, but then the other kids at the other side, where they know, I don't wanna be, but I'd rather go to that school, so I can stay on the 180-day schedule, so it could become, rather crazy and stuff too, and that makes a lot of nightmare busing, so. So, do what we can do.
Thank you.
So, yep.
Thank you, Karen.
All
We
right.
appreciate you.
Thank you.
And your drivers. This has been a hard year, I know, for,
We're getting through.
for transportation.
I should drive anyway.
Every time I see a bus, I look.
husband to come back and drive, he used to drive for a long time ago, it'd be great.
I always look to see if you're driving.
Thanks, Karen, but I won't let him know that you
Yeah, I
said
know.
that.
A couple weeks ago, so, anyway, thank you.
Okay. Thank you again. Dr. Summers, it's time to talk about our, McKinney-Vento report. We appreciate you being here tonight.
Thank you.
Good to see you.
So, as you know, our family
Our Family Navigator team does a whole bunch of stuff, and they help with a lot of different things, and this is specifically focusing on the work with McKinney-Vento. So McKinney-Vento is part of Title I, and it's for students who are experiencing homelessness, and this slide just talks about all the different types of housing arrangements and conditions that can cause a student to qualify for McKinney-Vento support. And so it's basically any type of residence or shelter that is not adequate or fixed or is not meant for a place where people would usually sleep at night. Next slide, please. And this is how our number of McKinney-Vento students has changed year by year, and we've been fairly stable for the last few years. And part of that, I think, is due to the fact that our Family Navigator team is doing a fantastic job of helping connect families to resources in the community, and I think that there's a lot of really great work that goes on among community agencies as well as our Navigator team, where there are cases where I think they're able to catch families and give them support before they become homeless, and then also just addressing all the complexities that come with homelessness. And so when we were in the midst of online learning and everyone was quarantining at home, I wondered if that number would go up more for this year, but it has stayed stable. And so I think that's just a testament to our community and all the different agencies that we have and the work that our Navigator team does with everything that they do for families. And this is, as you can see, the number to date this year of homeless students at each school, and you have already noticed earlier that Roosevelt has a large number of students who qualify for different types of support because they are experiencing homelessness with their family. And you've heard a little bit about the complexity of families and the situations that they face. And so the Family Navigator team does so much wonderful work, not just to address immediate needs, but also to connect families to community resources so that that family can get on the path towards being stabilized. The best thing that we can do for our students and their future success is to build those community relationships and strengthen that network so that the students are coming from a place of more stability so that then they can have a better chance of having success in school. And McKinney-Vento, yeah, you can go ahead. So you heard a lot from all of the schools about re-engaging, and you heard some really great things about the clubs and the special activities that students participate in that help them engage. And so one of the things that McKinney-Vento can do is to remove barriers so that kids can participate in some of those things. So if a student is a identified McKinney-Vento student, there are McKinney-Vento funds that can be used to help pay some of the costs of participating in clubs. That's a part of removing barriers. And if there is a family that's having difficulty getting their child to school because they're in a shelter, for example, McKinney-Vento can help with that transportation. And our Family Navigators do a lot with referrals for different types of medical and dental and vision support, and just basic needs with the clothing closet and taking kids shopping for emergency supplies. They have a very strong relationship with community agencies for housing. And then we did get a little bit of extra funding this year because of the pandemic that allows us to provide short-term emergency hotel stays for families that experience an unexpected lack of a place to sleep that night. And so that's another piece that we're able to offer for supporting families and helping them stabilize. So, and you can go to the next slide. I guess that's it. Okay. What questions do you have? And if I don't have the answer, I will find it and get back to you.
I just have one quick question. Are the foster care came off of McKinney-Vento some years ago? Is that where we see this sort of big drop in 17, 18, or am I mistaken in that has happened? Like kids who are in foster care used to fall under McKinney-Vento and they no longer do?
Well, is that how we used to count them? I wasn't.
You are correct.
Okay.
Director Messner, that when I came on board here 4 years ago, in 1819, that shift had just occurred,
Okay.
I believe, like a year prior, and so definitely that could lend to that number drop.
Okay. I was just curious if I misremembered, which I do often.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. These kids are, I guess, our highest risk children, and I'm glad that we're able to meet a lot of their needs. Those are mostly federal funds, right? McKinney-Vento? State and federal. Okay.
Madam President, would you mind if we took a short bathroom break?
I do not mind. Let's take about 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
9:20 or 9:17 we'll be back.
9:17.
9:17.
I'm gonna take that break.
I know. I wish I could take.
I'm never going to sleep after morning.
I don't get to go to sleep. I gotta go back to my parents' house and work on the garage sale. It's crazy.
I know it is. And difficult. Sonny, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. You've been on with
Cindy,
me.
I love seeing you. I think this is the first time I've ever seen you without your pants on.
Yeah, it is.
Yes, it's great. So, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing good. Doing good. Everything okay at the high school?
Yeah.
Yeah. Good. Thanks for coming tonight.
My daughter used to straighten my hair and I straightened her hair.
Well, we're getting together a garage sale for my mom. And we're for the house, and she has so much stuff.
Is your house here?
Yeah, we live in that, the Garrett Realtor, you probably know the house. It's not for sale, but if you go out to the new Safeway, old people call it the new Safeway, but on Bay Street and then there on Moss, where that big yellow house is with the curved wall.
Oh, yeah,
right
the
on
old
bluff.
Howard S. It looked like the Frank Lloyd Wright kind of style house.
Yeah, with the curved wall.
So that's theirs?
That's my parents' house, yeah.
Oh, when I first started real estate when I was a young pup at it, I went jogging out there with flyers and was knocking on their door and handing stuff. That's a really cool house.
It is a really cool house.
Yeah, it's beautiful. I really like the architecture. It had, like, you know what I'm talking about, the Frank Lloyd Wright with the really flat, sharp features all around.
And then they've got, and then they have that curved wall to sort of give relief to it.
Yeah.
And then they've got the front wall, so you kind of go around and then back.
Yeah. Someone had fun with that. Did they design it or did they just make it?
No, well, they helped with it. Hank, I can't remember Hank's last name, he's a local architect. He designed it, but my dad was very involved with not only that, but swinging the damn hammer too.
Okay, so you're working on cleaning the house out, or?
Well, my mom was a shopaholic. She was a hoarder.
Yep.
But high-end work.
A high-end hoarder.
For example, she had like 15 brand new pressure cookers. Like, I'm not kidding you, they're still in their boxes.
My mom was. This is how my mom looked at it. She'd be like,
Thank you.
You're right exactly on time.
Yes, you are.
Thank you, everybody, for being right exactly on time.
Just tell me after.
Okay. We're down to 9.01 enrollment report, and then we're gonna follow that with our February-March financial report. So Kira, you're on. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So looking at our April year-to-date for headcount, we are at 3470, which was also in March, so there was no change in headcount for March. Next slide. You'll see just a little bit of an uptick in 4 FTE from 3385 in March to 3389 in April. Oh, that's not showing up very well, is it? There it is. Okay. So this is, I just put a few different pie charts just to kind of give you an idea of where our students are when they withdraw, where they go, and when they transfer in, where they're coming from. So I thought it was really interesting just to see the different. Here you can see out of state, we see about 20% of our students come from out of state. 48% of them come from other areas on the peninsula. And then 32% are just the state of Washington as a whole. And then I broke it down just a little bit farther. You can see the peninsula areas, 9% Crescent, 3% Forks, and 15% Sequim. 28% of those students are coming from a homeschool situation, and then 45% of them are from private schools. And this is this year as of 9/1. So we're just looking at from 9/1 to the beginning of April. And then same just with our students when they're transferring out of our district, where they're headed. And so there's about 27% going to different schools on the peninsula, 19% in-state, 32% out-of-state, 8% private school, and 14% homeschool. And that's also just this year, since some of them over the from 9/1, but some of those would capture some of the transfers in the summer as well. So, any questions about that?
Oh, that's a great. That's good information.
Yeah, good. I thought so. I thought you guys would enjoy that. So, okay, so I'm going to just concentrate on March because March is. I have February and March on there, but it's all year to date, so the information is pretty much the same. If you had any questions from February, I'm happy to answer those, but I thought I would just jump into March here. So here you see our ending fund balances for general fund. and capital. We are at 3.1 right now at the end of March for general fund, and then we have our ending fund balance right now in capital is just a little bit above 12 million. So we're just continuing to add to that fund balance. And then later on in the presentation, I've also started breaking out both revenues and expenditures for both the two large funds, for general fund and capital, just to kind of give you an idea of where all those revenues are coming from, so you can kind of follow that as we add to those. Next slide. So our other three funds, there's been quite a bit of activity in ASB, getting ready to do the budgets for next year too, so I'm going to start doing some presentations with our bookkeeper, Tanya Jeffers, just to make sure that people are understanding what goes into the budget, how they need to plan for next year, and just put some parameters around that. So I'm excited to do that because we haven't done that for a few years, so we've just rolled the budgets over and we've had a pretty stagnant budget, so now we're going to be able to plan ahead and do some fun things and have that momentum going with coaches and advisors. So next slide. Okay, so here is just the budget status report for general fund. I separated out, I kind of highlighted the different areas so that your eyes could kind of follow where our local funds come from, our state revenues, federal revenues, and then other, if we receive any kind of, we do any invoicing for other school districts, that's that revenue from other districts. And then other sources of financing, which we don't have at this point, but and then you can see what is still budgeted in general, and then our encumbrances, our outstanding encumbrances, and we're about 94% spent on our budget. Okay. So here's just all of our different programs. We did receive another ARP program. I had to look up what that meant. Actually, it's an American Rescue Plan. There's so many different acronyms now.
Too many.
Yes, it's ESSER, COVID, ARP. But Pam received, in special ed, received another about $177,000 in other federal SPED dollars that she has a plan for there too. So not too much different here for the programs, nothing really interesting to point out. On the next slide. Okay, so I did look up, we have you can kind of see quite a big uptick in our expenses for this month, and really I think we were just ahead of paying our bills, because you can see last year in April we had that same 1.4 million in expenses. So this year we paid for our new Chromebooks. We paid that invoice, $325,000 in Chromebooks on top of, and actually last year we purchased our Chromebooks in April as well. We paid that bill, so it makes it a little bit higher. Our running start bill for Peninsula College was $272,000, and we just had a few other larger bills. We paid our property taxes this month instead of next month, so it just sort of added up to where we had that anomaly that we would have seen next month. And then here, this is that additional $359,000, the variance over last year is just our additional ESSER 3 positions that we've funded for all those additional supports that we've been hearing about tonight, so it's pretty great. And then here is just our fund balance looking, averaging out to about 4.3, and I know we have heard that about our new the ESSER stabilization funds that will be coming in, and that's not in this slide, so that will increase that ending fund balance because we'll receive that in June. It's just below $1 million, about $950,000, which will come in June, so that will skew this a little bit, and I will add that to our next month's report for the projection. Okay, so this is a new slide I just added for capital, just so that you could kind of understand and follow the revenues and expenses as they're coming in. So the local tax obviously are the taxes that that we've levied. The non-tax is actually the interest that we're receiving on that. So for this is year to date, we've received just that $4,459, and it will just continue to compound on itself. So we'll receive a little bit more, but our investments for the new levy is about $6,835. So it's, that will just show up in that non-tax column every month when we look. So I was hoping it would be a little bit more, but as it compounds on itself, we'll get a little bit more. That's a government investment that's pretty safe, and that's done by the county for us. So they invest that money every month. And then the $3,000, the general purpose, that is actually our state forest dollars that we're receiving now because of the new capital levy. So there's $279,000 to date. And then of course the $9,000 other financing, those are the proceeds from the CSB. And then right now, really all our expenses that that we have just in capital, that's our site workshop contract that we have for building Monroe Field, the Monroe Field. Do you have any questions for me?
I can't remember what alternative education is that.
ALE, alternative education. Are you looking on the program slide?
It's on slide 5. General fund program 02, alternative education.
I don't have my slides numbered, I'm sorry. Is it
Program 02 right there.
Oh yeah, no, that's ALE. That's the that's Seaview.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Sure. I thought that's what you meant, but I wasn't sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. That makes sense. It's a little bit high. Yeah, I tried to look at the variance in the general fund and the salary, and then compare it to what was I was comparing it, and it didn't quite add up. So I sent an email. So
Okay. Yeah.
I'll talk to you after. Or
Okay.
Another time. But I was just kind of curious. I was trying to figure out the salary and the variance in the salary. You just answered by saying that those are all the positions that we've hired for ESSER funds,
Yeah.
through the ESSER funds.
Yes.
Do you have an idea how many positions that actually includes, or?
Not off the top of my head.
Okay.
We've had a slide that have actually listed all of them a couple months ago, and I'm happy to add them back into the presentation so you can kind of.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, and I can email you the slide or share that slide again.
Okay. Just as we're looking at.
Yeah, for sure.
that. That's good.
And I'm happy to walk you through anything and share the.
And we passed a policy to increase our fund balance percentage. What's our percentage as of right now? Where are we at?
So the minimum fund balance, it would be based off of our expenditures, and I'd need to do that calculation. I wouldn't know off the top of my head.
Yeah. Okay, that's all right.
Is that
I'm kind of curious what it is now and where we need to be.
Yeah. No, that would be something good.
I can't remember if you've shown us that.
But that would be a really easy thing for me to add to that, the budget status report, to show you the minimum fund balance. So I'll add that to the slide so you can keep track of that too.
Okay.
It's a good suggestion.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks, Kira.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Just a rough estimate,
Thank you,
$4.1 million based on budgeted expenditures. About 59.450 would be $4.1 million as a minimum fund balance at the end of the year.
4.1?
4.1 million.
And that's for our current percentage, or?
That's for the current expenditures.
Okay.
the policy calls for, you take your total expenditures, now that's budgeted, so it's not actual.
Yeah.
But at the end of the year, based on our actual budgeted, actual expenditures, 7% of that.
Okay.
Very good, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Kara, appreciate your work. All right, that moves us down to, discussion and action items. Approval of resolution 2022-02 volunteer week.
I move to approve the resolution.
I'll second.
Okay. Any discussion? Except that we really appreciate our volunteers, and I'm glad I hear they're coming back, hopefully in droves. All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Approval of resolution 2022-03.
I'll move to approve. I'll second.
Okay. Discussion. Well, I just have to say thank you to our teachers.
Absolutely.
Lord knows they work really hard every day, and we do appreciate them. And I'll bake them some cookies. Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Same. Okay. And now we're gonna come to 10.03, which is approval of our new literacy adoption, ELA. And we have, see who's here. Are you all gonna present tonight?
We have already presented in different formats, so we shared that in a previous board meeting, and we have consensus from our ELA team.
Can you step up, Michelle, to the mic,
Yeah.
please?
Before we do that discussion.
You tried so
could we have-
hard.
Could we have a motion?
I will move that we approve the ELA adoption.
I'll second that.
Okay, so now we can have discussion, Michelle.
So again, we had the research done by the ELA team, and from that research, 2 programs were chosen for us to pilot, making sure that we wanted to get the best, the most supported by science of reading. So we have our team, they each got to pilot both programs, gave a lot of feedback, and from that, the recommendation was for Wit and Wisdom. And then we presented to Instructional Materials Committee, and they approved the recommendation to move forward. We completed a community event. Most of you, I think, were there, where you could look at the materials, and then the coaches and teachers were there to go through and kind of explain and show you the different components. And yeah, this is a huge game changer for our district. We adopted Houghton Mifflin in 2002. Then we adopted the next version of Houghton Mifflin in 2011, and here we are in 2022. And we do need a curriculum that's rigorous, that attends to the science of reading, and is engaging for our students, and also engaging for our teachers. And so this curriculum, as I'm sure you saw the other night, like, teachers love it, and kids love it, and it's real literature, and it's doing more than just teaching reading, right? They're reading to learn from kindergarten, all the way through. So I'm super proud of the team. Morgan's here and Danette tonight, and they really are the brains behind all of it, and we would just hope for approval tonight. So.
How many community members came to look at the curriculum?
I think
There were
0.
Okay.
They were board members and
Oh, yeah,
myself.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, I was surprised. I really thought if they were ever gonna come out, this would be the time with what's going on nationally.
Yeah.
Now, we will hear.
Yeah.
We will hear
No, we
from the
won't,
community.
because our community has faith in our teachers.
I hope so.
I believe that.
Okay, good, that's good. And, we should, they are the experts and.
Exactly.
They should be, we should be following what they think.
What's the flexibility like with some of the novels and literature?
What do you mean flexibility?
Say we want to exchange one of the novels out.
Oh, yes. So that's pretty easy. They give us a lot of different books at each grade level to use. And we've been looking at those constantly with teachers and just, you know, proofing and making sure it.
Lots of reading done that.
Yeah, and Coco's done a ton.
Lots more to go now.
Yeah, so we do have that ability, and for most of the books, though, they're right spot on and incredible. And as you saw, right, take into account the many pieces of diversity and equity that we're looking to present to our students.
What's the cost?
It is about $650,000.
And that's for the startup cost?
That includes the startup training, which is about $40,000, and then the remainder is for the components of the program.
And then how much is the annual consumables?
We'll be finding out about that. I think when I saw it in the budget for the student workbook pieces, it was like $52,000.
Annually, it's $52,000.
Yeah, and we'll know more as we work through it. But for right now, starting from how they recommend, it looks like $52,000.
Did they give us a package deal for Eureka and?
Well, I can say this, that when if I probably never will buy a new car again, but if I do, I'm taking Morgan with me. So she is all over these guys, and they're like, you know, her people. And so she is wheeling and dealing, and, you know, could you lessen this amount, or maybe not as much shipping.
Or
She's
stuck in the online port or whatever.
Do we have to purchase the books and novels from them?
No. And so we're prepared to go local with those purchases, which is roughly $117,000 of, you know, actual books.
We got everybody covered here.
Wow.
It's a team effort.
It seems like if you bought it through Scholastic, then the schools would then get all the kickback books.
There's like 4 books available for Scholastic. And she's looked through all of them, but she did just find 2 of the novels on the for the dollar special on Scholastic. So we ordered 300 copies of both of those books.
Excellent.
Every little bit we've been.
That counts.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I was
All right.
very impressed with the presentation, number one. The teachers were so enthusiastic, answered all my questions. Mary and I kind of worked and walked around together, I guess because we're old. Old reading teachers, basically, that's what we are. And I tell you, this is a whole new way to use content. The content is so different. There's no more see Sam run or see Muff and Puff and all that. But I was really impressed. It is rigorous. It is very rigorous. I was surprised at some of the content by grade level. I was shocked, particularly with 2nd grade. I thought that was really above and beyond. I don't know. So it'll be up to you all to tell us how that works. And using literature as content in a reading series is very progressive. It also includes science, it includes history, a lot of history, which I like that a lot because I don't think children get as much history, or social studies, I guess you call it in the little school, but this is K through 6, right? And most impressive. And the teachers agreed that it was rigorous to teach too, so I'm hoping this will be a very successful purchase for us and a new literacy, way to look at literacy. And all the goodies are there for phonics and the basic skills of reading. But it's the content that's really so progressive.
Yeah, and it is rigorous, but what we saw and heard from all of our teachers is that kids rose up to that expectation, and they're more engaged in the reading because we're basing it on history and science, and connecting it to real life. So they want to learn more. We just recently had K-6 teachers meet to reconfigure our science kits so that we're having our science kits align to the wit and wisdom.
That's
so
great.
Again, just doing our best to integrate and use our resources efficiently.
I have a few comments. Number one, Morgan has actually bought a car from me, so thank you for taking it easy. She did take it easy on me compared to what I'm hearing with the vendors. But anyway. But no, I have to say, like I went to the event last Wednesday night, I think it was, and I talked to each of the teachers and asked very specific questions, and I too was very impressed with the energy around the curriculum that all of the teachers that were represented that night shared. Just their excitement to teach the program. And more importantly than that, the excitement of their students to receive the instruction. And it was almost like a game around what's next, and well, I'm not going to share with you until next week, so a lot of energy around the very vibrant reading series and diverse reading series that is evident in the curriculum. So it was very impressive. I've been around now education 33, 34 years, and that type of energy, I mean, everybody gets excited for a new curriculum adoption, but that type of energy I haven't seen in my career. So I was impressed, and I want to go on record, public record, of thanking all of the teachers that did pilot the program, thanking all of the leadership that helped to pilot, because that didn't happen by chance. I mean, there's a lot of work, thank you, behind the scenes to coordinate, the pilot and the activities of a pilot. And, for our teachers stepping up this year, and this is really the nail of the whole event, for our teachers to step up, with an identified need this year. I mean, because last year, the last couple of years, what we've proved to ourselves is our current ELA curriculum is broken, okay? And it's out of date, and it doesn't meet the demand, and the COVID experience and the virtual experience really shined a light on that. And so I want to compliment all of the teachers, the leadership, Michelle's leadership, to lay the foundation this year for that to actually occur, and then the commitment of the teachers to actually want to do it. And something that a lot of folks really wouldn't know is Michelle and I had a real serious conversation in the fall. Our staff tired, working very hard, working double time this year, and we had to have a very serious conversation. And I told her, if we can't push this through this year, we can't. I mean, we have to be surviving until May and June. And she went back to that team, and that team, I anticipated, okay, we're gonna punt it a year, and we'll wait till next year to get really serious about the ELA curriculum. But by a person, that team knew that the need was there, and you had to make it through because they needed a quality curriculum, and saw the whole that was representative in our school system with regards to ELA K-6 curriculum. So again, thank you to the leadership, thank you to the staff that stepped up to pilot the two programs. Thank you to Michelle and your leadership. I'm impressed, and thank you to all involved.
I will amen that. Absolutely. What a huge thing to do in this year. I don't know how they did it, but I appreciate it.
I toured 2 schools this week, looking at the curriculum or talking to the teachers about it, and they all said that it aligned with the standards and that it was far better than what we have, and that they were actually excited about it for next year. So it was really great to hear.
Yeah, and again, I can't say enough about our team, but I think it also shows, again, the commitment of our teachers to doing what needs to be done for kids, but also the fact that this group, even though we facilitated meetings, the majority of the decisions were made by the team. I mean, we had, our goal and our vision, and there were certainly moments we could have, just stopped it. But all along the way and continuing into this week, they are part of the decision. And so I think that goes a long way to just empowering teachers and seeing that together they can make a difference, and together, as far as collaborating with the district, that we all have the same goal of improving student learning. So I can't say enough about the team.
I had a great time. I showed up, this enthusiasm that Marty was talking about. I showed up, I got a full tour, every single grade level in detail.
I do remember that. You had a very good tour.
It was awesome. And a couple things I really liked were, I don't know if it went into first grade, but in kindergarten there were those geodes books. And some of them had no words in them at all. They were just really detailed pictures, I believe, of Pele, in his life. But the idea was not just to teach kids words or to read, but to have them describe images so that they could develop language, which is just as maybe even more important, right? Rather than this word means this, or this word, this picture means this word, is just how do you speak to what you're seeing so that you have more words to use when you go to read when you're in a later grade. So I thought that approach to it was really cool. And then as far as the rest of the novels, I mean, as you go up, especially when you get into the 5th and 6th grade, the stuff that they're reading is great. And if you're trying to get kids to, one, improve their reading skills, they have work to do. And if you're trying to get them to learn some history and learn some culture, they have work to do. But it's do you want to run on a track to get in shape, or do you want to play basketball, right? There's an engaging part to these books that you're not even going to notice that you're getting better because you're just enjoying what you're reading. At least I would if I was reading those books. I'm sure you guys know. You've read them all, right? Anyway, I really liked it.
Anything else? Okay, thank you, Michelle. And if there's no more discussion, all in favor of adopting this ELA set, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? It's a big move for our system.
Right.
Big move.
Nicely done, everyone.
Thank you. Okay, we have one more item to discuss, and that is school start time.
This is not, I'm sorry, excuse me.
I was going to turn it over to you.
Yeah, this is, I'm not asking for action this evening.
Oh.
This is discussion only. The board
Okay.
hasn't had an opportunity to weigh into this, and this is really on the operational side of the school district. But last year, when we were in the middle of virtual learning, what we found is all students had a very different schedule. Secondary students had a later start schedule, which really led to a conversation at the latter part of last summer. Several teachers actually at the high school, and I don't ever get messaged very rarely do I get messaged by teachers, but several teachers, and they weren't even coordinated, they were reaching out with their desire to discuss a later start time for high school students. And so I went up, and again, I don't typically do this, that's work that the principal can do, but I went up and met with this core group of teachers and really had a desire to discuss what could be obtained in a later start time, or what could be accomplished in a later start time for secondary students. So I told them that we would look at that this year and consider it. So what I'm about to share with you is just the information that has been collected by a recent survey and some other data. So I don't think there's any debate in this, but there's been a lot of research, and you can look out into the research world and Google it. The benefits of a later start time for secondary students, and the importance of sleep, and their sleep schedule is different than many of us, and so this concept aligns with that research. So we did a really simple really simple survey. And the survey data is there for you to take a look. It was fairly well, or not fairly, it was very well. The response rate was very high, had 1,264 responses. We had individuals identify themselves as a student, as a parent. I'm both a parent and a staff member, and I'm a staff member. And so you can see that from a student perspective, and I'm on the right page there, those students that, and they were secondary students, 7 through 12, or excuse me, 9 through 12, excuse me, you can see that nearly 82% of the student response rate was I strongly agree, I agree, or I'm neutral on it. That aligns almost identically to I'm a parent. The scores are almost identical to the student. Looking at staff members that are both a staff member and a parent, a little bit less, but still a strong number in those three areas of I agree, I strongly agree, or I'm neutral on the concept at about 72%. And then staff members, again, right in that range of 72, 73%. So seems like generally we have good, strong support for a move of that nature. Then I wanted to get some data from what I see, and it's probably not correct, but I thought the most impacted school would be the high school. And so what is the staff members at the high school? I have data by department. I did not want to share that tonight because I don't want to put any individual on, because we have some departments that have 3 people within it, and I don't want to share that. But if you want more detail around that straw poll, I can definitely share that with you. But the overall review of those individuals that were driven by department leaders, and Tanner collected this information for me. You can see that nearly 68% of the high school staff would be in support of this move. Then I asked Karen, and this is not finalized yet, because I just asked Karen to put together what's possible for us. And that our transportation system, or our school system and start times, are contingent upon what we can do transportation-wise. We have a limited number of buses, and those buses serve both elementary, middle, and high school students and families. And so it's like putting together a big puzzle. And Karen does that really well. So the goal here is, you can see for Dry Creek, I'm going to start with Dry Creek. Really, there's no change. Very, very minimal change to their delivery day. There is a small change on a Wednesday at 2:10, but we're going to work that out so that the goal here would be no net loss, no net gain in instructional time. So we still have some tweaking to do with that. You can see that the city schools, Franklin, Hamilton, and Jefferson, would all move forward by 15 minutes in the morning to start their school day, which would align to Dry Creek and Roosevelt, which have historically been, or I don't know how long historically, for some time, they have had that 7:45 start time. So this move would provide some sense of common start time for elementary schools in our system at that 7:45 start time. Again, there's a little bit of a change in contact time for each of the schools, and we will continue to modify that and get as close as we can to not have a net loss or a net gain of instructional time, because that's something that we track very closely and we report to the state of Washington. So then you can move into the high school. The most impacted school would be the high school, and what this would allow us to do is have an 8:15 start time for our high school students, and it would slide our middle school students back by approximately 10, maybe 15 minutes. There was some conversation around, well, why not the middle school first and then pick up high school? Well, again, it's like a great big puzzle, and we have to piece it together. We don't have the space because, you know, the buses pick up high school students first and then go to the middle school, and more buses come in off of their routes at the elementary level, and there's more space for bus parking at the middle school. And so to have that point where we kind of meet in one central location, the high school doesn't have the capacity to do that in their bus loop. So it does create a scenario where bumping back the middle school by 10, maybe 15 minutes would be necessary to make the high school work. And the reverse simply doesn't work by way of just the number of buses that would need to be on site for that meeting location at the high school. So small changes, you know, 15, maybe 20-minute changes for the city schools elementary-wise, a delay of about 10, 15 minutes, and again, these are not finalized, 10, 15 minutes at the middle school, and a delay of approximately 30 minutes at the high school would give us the ability to, you know, delay our our high school students by a half an hour. I've also heard, well, does a half an hour really matter? I think it does.
Okay.
If you take a half an hour and multiply it times 180 days, that's a lot of time. Okay, a lot of sleep time. And then I've heard, you know, and this was attempted, and Mary may remember this, and I know Michelle remembers this, but there's been attempts at this in the past, and I know Sarah.
Oh, yeah, we had weeks long.
I'm kind of beyond the attempts. If we're going to do it, we do it. You know, and one of there are some departments at the high school that, you know, are not fans of this, you know, because of one main reason, and that is a loss of students during that 7th period to go, you know, to an athletic event and, you know, to travel. So that, quite frankly, that already happens now. Okay, when we travel.
It does, but.
Say it again.
I said it does, but this is gonna.
It does. This will increase that by obviously a half an hour.
Let's say you're missing 7th and 6th. Now you may be missing 5th, 6th, and 7th.
Correct. But so my answer to that would be, okay. I mean, we can always find a reason why we wouldn't do it, but you know, if we're going to make a decision, if we have, you know, let's say we have 200 athletes in fall sports. We're going to make a decision for nearly 1,000 students on those 200 athletes.
Yeah,
and those 200 athletes have more skin in the game than most students because they have to stay academically eligible. So when they travel to North Mason, when they travel to you know, Peninsula School District and have to leave school early, they have a lot of skin in the game and they have their coaches working with them. You gotta stay academically eligible, so get your work done. So, you know, if it's a quarter of the population that are participating in interscholastic activities, would we make a decision for a quarter of the population, you know, that impacts 100% of the students? You know, that could really make a difference in their mental well-being, their physical health, you know, for all students. Especially, and let's take that very same piece around if we travel to North Mason and play a football game, and I get home at, well, football's a bad example because you play on Friday nights, a basketball game. Yeah. On a Tuesday night, you go down to North Mason, you play a 7:30 game, you get home at 11:30 at night. That half an hour the next morning will make a difference for that student.
Plus, if they get home at a certain time, then they can come in late the next day.
That's a data point. Here's the data points I would love us to have.
Okay.
They have an excused absence in the morning.
I'm going to channel you.
Yeah.
I'm channeling Katie. I would like data points. First, I would love to know how many actual students, I want to know actual bodies who are involved in any extracurricular activities that have them leave. I would like to know how many classes are going to be missed based on which sport, because basketball is certainly going to miss more than, say, soccer, and more than, say, tennis, because those are played earlier. Anyway, I would love to know those things. And my only concern, because I'm going to tell you what, I am 100% supportive of late start. I really and truly am. I would hope that the Port Angeles School District is so cool and so forward thinking that the rest of the districts in our conference would be like, duh, they're going that way, we can all go that way. Because that would solve every problem, wouldn't it? I mean, if every school moved to a late start, then everybody is leaving school later and things are just going to move later. I would love for that to happen. And so I would love that if we would talk to the other districts and see if they're starting to have these conversations, because that would be great. There's power in that. And I'm still, the only other data point, well, it's not even a data point that I need. I just want us to always be cognizant that those differences in elementary school time seems like, oh, well, it's only 20 minutes a day. That adds up to 2.5 days of school a year. And when you add those little minutes here and there, that's a lot of time. And this is new. I understand this is not new. This has been this way. But I'm still going to continue to say, I don't like that and I wish we could fix it. And busing being the issue is not a good excuse.
Can I ask, so there's no loss of time at the elementary level?
The difference between Roosevelt and Franklin, our K-3s
Gotcha.
in
Okay.
Roosevelt
Yes.
are getting 2.5
Yes.
more days of school.
Yes, got that. Yep.
Which is a lot. I know it just seems like
Why?
it's 15 minutes.
The
Because
double
they get
dismissal.
20 minutes more a day at Roosevelt than they get
But we
at Franklin.
compensated for that.
Oh, why?
Because that's how it's with
I
the
don't
busing.
believe that's exactly true. In working those numbers out, it appears that way, but there's other things that go on within the day, and I don't believe it's that much.
What goes
I'd have
on
to go back
differently in
and
the day?
calculate it. Recesses, lunch, because they have because Dry Creek, for instance, has a cafeteria, and so their kids are all gone at that time. Some students are eating lunch in the classroom. All these little things, when we did the actual calculation and variations, it was minimal.
I don't understand how 20 minutes a day is minimal. I mean,
It wasn't 20 minutes. They had class time when the other school didn't.
So they have to
So they made
compress
us
more
They made
class
us
time
class time
into,
in
it's
other.
still to me
and
is too much.
So it wasn't 20 minutes. But I don't know who does that calculation right
Let's
now.
make Michelle do it. We
Well-
make Michelle do it.
Someone does it, because we have to report it to the
Yes,
state. and
we
so
track it by school.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's all based on what's spread out over the district, so
Correct.
you can get away with these little
But we
anomalies.
fill it out by school,
Yeah.
so we can answer
So-
that.
But it's
very
done by
question.
school, and what I'm saying is I think that it's less than 20 minutes.
Those are my only, and then I see buses are coming into my neighborhood at 4:15, and these are your middle school buses. And now if we're going they're going another, 30 minutes later than they were. I mean, are we getting kids home now at 4:45? And where do they have time to get changed for practice or whatever the thing might be? That's really, that narrows their ability to do other things at night. Even just be with their family or do homework. And again, I know that it sounds like I'm against it, and I understand that that's what I sound like, but I truly do love the idea of people sleeping in later. Everybody. I think the whole world should sleep in later.
So
Sandy is right there with me.
I missed your
And
first.
take a nap too.
I missed your first question. What was your first?
Was
You
how
wanna know
many students are in extracurricular activities?
What was your second?
That was my second? No,
What was your second?
How many classes we missed with a later start time? How many classes? Like right now it's 6th and 7th period. Now is it gonna have to be 5th, 6th,
So in a
and
trip
7th?
to North Mason, for a
Worst
basketball
case scenario,
team,
more
like
North
at
Mason.
start time at 7 o'clock, now how much time you miss, how much time
Yeah,
you miss.
because
and
you
then-
have to get
okay.
there and do your practices.
I can work that through.
What's the furthest away we go?
North Mason.
So that would be the worst case scenario.
Yeah, I think everybody should do this. That would be my ideal. If you came to me right now and said, every district in this conference is going to late start, I would just be like,
I can't
boom.
say that every school is, talking about this, but I know many schools are, talking about this. And I do have data around the start time for every school in our league. And we're one of the earliest start times.
Yeah. And
I can share that
conversely,
with you.
we could say, guess what, guys? Basketball doesn't start until 7:30. Sorry, North Mason, you're gonna have to. You have to reorient your schedule.
I believe
School
Sequim
starts
High School starts at 8:15, if it's either 8 or 8:15. So I think most of the league I think there's one other school that starts as early as we do, and the rest of the league starts later than we do, but I'll get you that data.
They also have 20 minutes less to travel to North Mason.
No, that does make a difference. We're way the heck out here.
Yeah. This is discussion tonight. I want to hear, thank you, Sarah, for doing your homework
I'm
and
done.
sharing all of your information. I want to know what else the board wants to know so that I can answer your questions.
You kind of pointed mine out. I wanted to know just the efficacy of 30 extra minutes, but you explained it pretty well. I know that I like 30 extra minutes in the morning, so it does matter.
I prefer Stevens to be earlier than the high school, but I'm not gonna argue it too much.
Okay, I will do some research and get back to you.
Good.
So swap them.
Swap 'em.
Just give the high school even more time.
Yeah, I we're already, I got a middle schooler and we're already like killing time in the morning waiting to go to school, so.
Okay.
Based on that transition, though, I don't think that's possible, because if we picked up the middle schools, there's
Right.
fewer high school students that ride the bus, and so that means there's fewer buses that go directly to the middle school from the high school afterwards. If you run that in reverse, you're going to fill up, because a lot of the kids ride the bus at the middle school, and so you're going to have to send more buses up to the high school, and the parking, the bus loop at the high school, the capacity. This is what Karen shares with me, and I can dig a little deeper. There's not the parking capacity to send that many buses up to the high school, because there's fewer buses that load at the high school, and then there's a little bit of a transition. Kids will get off at the middle school and jump on the next bus to transport home. And so that site works as kind of like that terminal, so to speak. The high school, not as much, but I will do some more research on that, Katie. That's what I understand it to be today.
Okay.
Okay? All right, I'll bring it back to you in May. Thank you.
And then for my point,
Yeah.
if you look at the school bell times for elementary, I believe that the state information is when it's actually class time. So like it may say that the Dry Creek, that the first bell might be in the afternoon, it might be 2 o'clock that they leave. Well, instruction may be going till 2:05. I mean, we used to adjust it because it was those 5 minutes that eventually added up till there really was no difference. And another thing is like the amount of lunchtime students have. That makes a huge difference too. So I don't know, I'd be interested in looking at the calculations that are
Okay.
current.
All right. I'll bring that back to the board.
Okay. Anything else on that issue?
Thank you
Do
for
we
your
have?
feedback.
Thank you, Marty. Do we have any community comments? I guess not. I don't see any. Do we? Have any? Okay, Board of Director comments. Sunny, you wanna go first?
On the Friday before spring break, Lincoln was able to take a field trip to Salt Creek, and that was really fun to be with all my friends outside of school. We had a barbecue, and we went to the tide pools and looked at the bunkers there. We had our first monthly attendance drawing, where if you attend school the whole month, and then you get your name into a drawing. This month we did movie tickets, or last month we did movie tickets. The yearbook committee has started, and there's an art contest to draw the yearbook cover that students get to vote on. In home ec, we've been making things like bread, pies, cookies, and marinara sauce. And this is many of the students' first times making anything from scratch. And then just Just yesterday, Cindy Crump visited us again and gave us snow cones, made us all snow cones. And it was really good to see her because she's been gone for several weeks now.
Yeah. Well, everybody's getting busy for the springtime. It's gonna start happening soon, graduation's around the corner.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Simon.
Thank you.
Oh, we're just coming on the table, Jay.
Yeah, I'd actually like to read what Luke Gavin sent in.
Oh, good.
Yeah, because he's thorough. It says, "Good evening. I apologize for not being there in person. I'm currently with 9 other FBLA members in Spokane competing in our state competition."
Oh.
So some updates on sports. Boys soccer, currently 5-6 with 4 more games to go. Just beat Olympic 4-0. Softball, powering ahead, have only lost 1 of 12 games.
Wow.
Track and field, team is doing well, getting back in the swing of things. As always, it's hard adjusting to new coaching, but it's going fairly well. There's a meet today at home. Boys golf, team has won all matches except 1. Lots of improvement and looking forward to upcoming matches. Girls golf, won all but a couple matches and they have a strong, dedicated team. DECA is flying to nationals right now. Wellapalooza was yesterday and it was great to have it back after a few years. It's really great to see those events come back because it really is what helps make our school great. From Luke Gavin.
Good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, that's pretty great. It's a pretty thorough way to miss a meeting. I could take
Yes.
note of that, by the way. For me, well, I have both of my meetings, both the wellness and school safety, are next week. So I haven't been to any meetings. I went to the ELA presentation, but we already talked about that. And I am looking forward to both those committee meetings coming up next week.
Okay. Mary?
Hey, I visited Dry Creek and Stevens, and that was a great time, and I've shared some of that here today. And then also the elementary committee. I really enjoy that committee, and we did spend some time talking about the textbook adoption, and it was a great format to get to view the books. I really enjoyed that. And the only other thing that came up at that meeting that I don't know where the appropriate place might be, but we talked about the importance of grade level meetings, how important they are and helpful when you have a new adoption, because that's a wonderful opportunity for teachers to share strategies, other curriculum that might be a good dovetail with that to use or to pull out if you need more. So I just wanted to pass that along. I thought that they're very worthwhile, and however they might support the new adoption.
Sarah?
I have done nothing but read some of the books that are for the instructional materials. I can't remember what committee. You're on that committee, but you asked me to read the books, right? But then I couldn't go to the actual meeting. Yet Coco left me the books, and I read them all, and they're wonderful. So, but those aren't presented today. But I did my work. That's all I've done.
Good show.
So.
Okay.
I missed that meeting, but it was just a
It's
your
you're my
part.
alternate.
Yeah, I missed it.
Well, I did the reading. It's good. I didn't do anything. It's
Okay.
good.
Sorry about that.
But we are gonna report on those.
Oh, well, the books will be reported on, yeah.
Okay.
And you all will get copies, if it's done as it usually is, you all give us, everybody gets a copy, on the board gets a copy, because we present it and then everybody can read it. And then, right, I mean, isn't that how it normally works, Michelle? And then the second meeting, we officially adopt those novels, right? Am I misremembering again?
No, I like to read books.
How we have done it is that we, put out the novels for people to see. Even at the meeting, we had our own readers, so Coco, Morgan, and Jeanette, and remember who else? They were working their way through reading, not all of them, but there's a lot.
Yeah, Coco just left me the 3, the Walk in the Moonlight, that's not what it's actually called, and then the Running Through the Forest, also not what it's called, and the Tale of two Georges, which I think actually is pretty close to what that was. That's King George and George Washington.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't quote me on any of those, it's late.
Don't
But yeah,
worry.
she gave me those three, which I thought were from the Instructional Materials Committee.
Yes,
Okay.
but we didn't give every single book.
I want them all. It's
Well,
fun.
come down to Morgan's office.
It's a good excuse for me to sit around and, oh, I have to read these, honey,
To
for
go
work.
check them out, right? 'Cause there's a lot.
Anyway, okay, so it'll be coming.
Okay.
We'll leave it to Coco and Michelle to figure us out.
Okay.
They'll sort us. Other than that, I have nothing. Oh wait, I had already said that. Katie?
See, I went to the CTE advisory meeting and I didn't take any notes and it was a while ago, so sorry, I don't have anything to report on it. Except for they like the fact that I show up, so that's a good thing, right? Let's see, I've been to a high school baseball game. I attended the interscholastic activity committee meeting, that's for WASDA. I had Jenny print out the voting we did on the amendments. It was an advisory vote from the WASDA committee that goes to the WIAA committee. So there's a lot of committees. Anyway, you can see how the committee voted. The best conversation was around the number 5, the one about the academic probation, not having academic probation for the fall sports season. That had the most conversation. So it was
Two of these are totally tied. That's
yeah, they were
interesting.
tied.
Katie, what did you think about that?
I opposed it. Yeah, because it's and I said this is that it's about it's all for football because it's not all sports seasons.
Right.
It's just for fall, and so it would be just for football, right? So it doesn't feel like one of the voting parties was from Bellevue, and they said it was for equity. But if it was for equity, it would be for both fall, winter, spring.
Yeah.
We would just get rid of academic probation.
Right. Yes. And I think that academic probation makes students actually, pushes them to achieve higher and keeps them accountable. And I think that's, they are student athletes, students first. So, I don't know. What do you think of it?
I've just heard about it now, so I'll need some time to think about it. Yeah.
The only place I could support something like this would be if the academic probation were shorter based on how you do in your first, 3 weeks of high school. Because it is difficult because the sport starts before, I can see that argument, right? Football starts well before the actual school year, so you have no prayer of getting yourself eligible for your sport.
Yeah, that's not how the amendment was written.
No, I'm sure it's not, but
Yeah.
that would be the only way I would support something like this, is if it were a shorter window
Well, the idea was to
qualify.
to give the student a fresh start every fall, right? So that their spring grades didn't matter and they could come into fall sports with a fresh start.
I don't agree with that.
Yeah.
I think their spring grades do matter and should matter, but anyway.
Yeah.
Thank you for bringing that.
Mhm.
Yeah,
to
and
our-
the only other things were I visited Franklin and Jefferson, and lots of great observations. And I think the part that was probably the most shocking and what I really needed to see was both schools had behavioral issues while I was there, and I went with the principals and as they were dealing with it, and it was both of them de-escalated it very quickly, but it's a huge part of what they're dealing with. So it was firsthand, so it was good to see. So I had an idea of what they're dealing with. So
Not fun.
yeah.
Okay, anything else?
Nope. I wanted to know if there was any survey data that we could put back to the community. Are you gonna talk about that tomorrow?
Any what?
Survey data? Didn't you send the
agenda meeting and decide the curriculum and so forth. But the Ed Foundation meeting was very interesting. They have selected the recipients of their scholarships. And I did not bring my piece of paper that I wrote out how many, but the scholarship amount is gigantic.
This is the seniors.
This is the Ed Foundation's, plus there's some others that kind of flow through the Ed Foundation. But they'll publish all that, and when they do, I'll bring that to you.
It'll be on scholarship night.
Huh?
On scholarship
On
night.
scholarship
is
night,
what
yeah.
I know that.
So, anyway, that's about it in addition to what we've talked about tonight. So, I will say that I'm very excited about the meeting we're gonna have on the 5th, which will be before our next board meeting, and that's a meeting open to the public, right?
Yes.
And that's when we'll be seeing the presentation of 3 architects. And the PACAC we went through the process of looking at every one of the propositions that had been sent in, and so it was a really interesting process to see how that many people and that many propositions focused down to really 3 main ones by everybody. So it was pretty interesting. But anyway, I'm gonna stop at that, and Marty, let you take over.
Yeah, that's exactly right. The PACAC, which is our combination of school, community team, helping with the capital projects, and I think most of you know each of the members on that team. It was nearly unanimous, the top 3 firms. It was minus 2 votes of being unanimous for the 3 firms that will present to you on May 5th. I spoke to each of you a couple of days ago or last week. May 5th is a common date that works, so we will have a 5:30 start time on May 5th. We'll have about a 15-minute window before the first architectural firm comes in so that we can kind of calibrate ourselves. And then I've asked the PACAC to be here that evening to provide, if the board will, has a desire to, for them to provide any feedback that they may have as we quote-unquote interview these 3 design teams. But really excited. I think all 3 teams or 3 design teams will bring some creative energy and passion to the work, and so I'm excited to see that for May 5th. So we've scheduled on May 5th an opportunity for each firm, the 3 firms, to do a 30-minute presentation, 10 minutes of Q&A, and then we'll transition to the next.
Can we get them copies of those 3?
Yes.
And so ahead of time, so you'll be able to see the 3 firms that, a hard copy of the 3
Yep,
firms.
put it on Friday notes. Yep. That's all I have.
Okay. Same thing for the good of the order? We need to plan the next meeting, I'm sorry.
So our next meeting is scheduled for, well, minus the May 5th date. Our next regular meeting is scheduled for Thursday, May 12th at Lincoln Center in this room, regular meeting at 7 p.m. We will be conducting an executive session prior to as well. But on that agenda, we will discuss Seaview Academy, Port Angeles School District Student of the Month from Seaview Academy, Navigator Report, Teaching and Learning Report on the Balanced Calendar Concept, Safe Schools Report, Special Services Report, Transportation Allocation Report Systems, which is our STARS and our way of obtaining funding for transportation, Transitional Kindergarten Report, Highly Capable Report, and National School Nurses Day we will recognize.
All right. If there's nothing else for the good of the order, this meeting